Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Grammarly will ensure you feel confident.
Good morning and welcome to Charterhouse, Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
Mama Lucky, this your fever still there?
He still there. I've been dey take agbo, but he never come out.
You dey take agbo for 5 days? Why you no go hospital? Hey,
as this country be now, hospital na for people wey get money.
Papa, Mama Lucky, you wan talk say as you dey so, you no get up to 125 naira?
Which kind hospital they collect 125 naira for treatment?
You never hear of Recharge with Care?
Hey!
Recharge with Care na the insurance from Sanlam, powered by Ayo, wey go bring better life for ordinary people like us for just 125 naira per month. Yes, with Sanlam Recharge with Care, powered by Ayo, hospitalization and life insurance covers have been brought closer to all Nigerians for a minimum monthly contribution of just 125 naira. Visit www.sanlam.ayo.com.ng to get started. With Recharge with Care, tomorrow don't make sense.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
Is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started. Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
Pass on my culture to break new ground,
to make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
Now.
The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Good morning and welcome to Charter House Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
Lucky, this your fever still dey?
He still there. I been dey take agbo, but he never come out.
You dey take agbo for 5 days? Why you no go hospital? Hey,
as this country be now, hospital na for people wey get money.
Haba, Mama Lucky, you wan talk say as you dey so, you no get up to 125 naira?
Which kind hospital they collect 125 naira for treatment?
You never hear of Recharge with Care?
Hey!
Recharge with Care na the insurance from Sanlam, powered by Ayo, wey go bring better life for ordinary people like us for just 125 naira per month. Yes, with Sanlam Recharge with Care, powered by Ayo, hospitalization and life insurance covers have been brought closer to all Nigerians for a minimum monthly contribution of just 125 naira. Visit www.sanlam.ayo.com.ng to get started. With Recharge with Care, tomorrow don't make sense.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Good morning and welcome to Charter House Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
Lucky, this your fever still there?
He still there. I've been dey take agbo, but he never come out.
You dey take agbo for 5 days? Why you no go hospital?
Hey, as this country be now, hospital na for people wey get money.
Haba, Mama Lucky, you wan talk say as you dey so, you no get up to 125 naira?
Which kind hospital they collect 125 naira for treatment?
You never hear of Recharge with Care?
Hey!
Recharge with Care na the insurance from Sanlam, powered by Ayo, wey go bring better life for ordinary people like us for just 125 naira per month. Yes, with Sanlam Recharge with Care, powered by Ayo, hospitalization and life insurance covers have been brought closer to all Nigerians for a minimum monthly contribution of just 125 naira. Visit www.sanlam.ayo.com.ng to get started. With Recharge with Care, tomorrow don't make sense.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Good morning and welcome to Charterhouse Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
Mama Lucky, this your fever still there?
He still there. I've been dey take agbo, but he never come out.
You dey take agbo for 5 days? Why you no go hospital?
Hey, as this country be now, hospital na for people wey get money.
Haba, Mama Lucky, you wan talk say as you dey so, you no get up to 125 naira?
Which kind hospital they collect 125 naira for treatment?
You never hear of Recharge with Care?
Hey!
Recharge with Care na the insurance from Sanlam, powered by Ayo, wey go bring better life for ordinary people like us for just 125 naira per month. Yes, with Sanlam Recharge with Care, powered by Ayo, hospitalization and life insurance covers have been brought closer to all Nigerians for a minimum monthly contribution of just 125 naira. Visit www.sanlam.ayo.com.ng to get started with Recharge with Care. Tomorrow don't make sense.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Good morning and welcome to Charterhouse Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
your fever still dey?
He still there. I been dey take agbo, but he never come out.
You dey take agbo for 5 days? Why you no go hospital? Hey,
as this country be now, hospital na for people wey get money.
Haba Mama Lucky, you wan talk say as you dey so, you no get up to 125 naira?
Which kind hospital they collect 125 naira for treatment?
You never hear of Recharge with Care?
Hey!
Recharge with Care na the insurance from Sanlam, powered by Ayo, wey go bring better life for ordinary people like us for just 125 naira per month. Yes, with Sanlam Recharge with Care, powered by Ayo, hospitalization and life insurance covers have been brought closer to all Nigerians for a minimum monthly contribution of just 125 naira. Visit www.sanlam.ayo.com.ng to get started. With Recharge with Care, tomorrow don't make sense.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Good morning and welcome to Charterhouse Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
Mama Lucky, this your fever still there?
He still there. I been dey take agbo, but he never come out.
You dey take agbo for 5 days? Why you no go hospital? Hey,
as this country be now, hospital na for people wey get money.
Papa, Mama Lucky, you wan talk say as you dey so, you no get up to 125 naira?
Which kind hospital they collect 125 naira for treatment?
You never hear of Recharge with Care?
Hey!
Recharge with Care, now the insurance from Sanlam, powered by Ayo, we go bring better life for ordinary people like us for just 125 naira per month. Yes, with Sanlam Recharge with Care, powered by Ayo, hospitalization and life insurance covers have been brought closer to all Nigerians for a minimum monthly contribution of just 125 naira. Visit www.sanlam.ayo.com.ng to get started. With Recharge with Care, tomorrow don't make sense.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Good morning and welcome to Charter House Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
All right. Good morning, everyone. You are very welcome to the Insurance Meets Tech 2.0, where, of course, we're going to be discussing unlocking policy and tech bottlenecks hindering disruptive insurance penetration, which is, of course, what we talked about last year at the first edition of this gathering. So, shout out to Modion Communications for putting this all together and everyone that's involved, all the insurance companies. I'm Rutus Odiri, once again, with the Global Business Report on Arise TV. And I know that we are behind, so we want to thank everyone that's been here, early enough. And of course, our panelists, most of them are already here. So we really have to get things going. So I'm very happy to introduce our convener who is going to be addressing you this morning, Mr. Odion Alioba. Give him a warm round of applause. He works so hard. I'm a testament to the hard work that he does. And he's not happy that we're starting late because he's a stickler for time. So please continue. Yeah, keep the applause going as he comes up. Well done, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. You are going to assist me with your energy. Good morning. Reason why I sought that energy is because this room is powered by tech. Tech people who are innovative, people who are disruptors. So once again, please lend me your energy. Good morning, delegates. Awesome, thank you. Rotus just told us that we are behind time. So once again, I apologize. Though we started exactly at 10, but we knew that some of our guests were in traffic and we understand Lagos. So what I would do is we'll open to page 3. I'll do it like a Bible and I'll just do a speed read of my speech. I'll look at you, you do a quick read, and when you're done, I'm get down the podium and we're good with my speech. Game? No. Good morning. So welcome to the second edition of Insurance Meet Tech. Insurance Meet Tech is a platform we created, born from our consultancy as PR, public relations consultants in this space. And we thought it's not enough to push brands. That it was time for us to create discussion that allows for fusion of innovation and the energy of insurance. And that is because I trust the capabilities and the potentials of what insurance can do for this country. This is the second edition, and this year we stand at the crossroad of innovation and collaboration, and this event serves as the epicenter of two powerful forces in the Nigerian economy: the tech and insurance. Before we delve into the exciting opportunity that awaits us in this conference, let me take a moment to reflect on some remarkable development in the Nigerian insurance financial landscape. Last year, the insurance industry reached over 700 billion in premium income. Staggering, isn't it? I think we should clap ourselves. Because that is the first time we are hitting that mark. But I believe that that number is reflective, is only reflective of what we can do in the financial sector. We haven't scratched the surface. Because in that same industry, Zenith Bank, the same year, pulled 900 billion. Only Zenith Bank in income. However, we consider that the fusion of tech and the possibility of insurance can unlock the future of financial stability for Nigerians. I hear that this year already we've done over 500 billion in claims. So there's likelihood that this year we could actually touch the 1 trillion premium income mark. I congratulate the insurance industry in advance. Or you guys don't believe we hit the 1 trillion mark this year? Hello? I'm not making a speech. I need us to converge here and agree that we are moving forward. Are we not touching the 1 trillion? So let me hear the energy of your clap. I mean, you guys are the ones that will achieve it. As we gather here, I am reminded of the words of Olumide Ibidapo, the managing director of MBN Insurance Brokers, who spoke with Business Day sometimes, and he said that technology has significantly impacted the Nigerian insurance industry through the introduction of digitalization, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and telematics. These technological advancements, he believes, have improved operational efficiency, but also can enhance customer experience, increase market penetration. And that is why we are having this event. As we embark on this journey, let us just remember that it's not only inevitable, but it's essential that tech will be critical for our progress. Mine is to create a platform. So I'm here and I'm happy to see Bode, who is leading from Cassava, Wale, who is leading from Microsoft, and first founder, DLM, who has told me he's ready to connect early stage InsurTech with investors and mentors. And for me, that is all I just want to enable in the industry. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to Insurance Meets Tech 2023, aka IMT 2.0. Thank you.
All right, do keep your claws growing for Modion Communications, the brain behind the operations there. Thank you so much. All right, we keep things moving along. Going to have an Insurance Meets Tech recap, because last year was pretty exciting. And I trust that this year will also be exciting as well. Joining us to do that, please give a warm round of applause to Ayo Bankole Akintujoye, who is the CEO and founder of Caladium Consulting. Round of applause for Ayo's way back there, so let's keep the applause going as he makes his way to the stage. Fantastic stuff. Don't follow. All right, here he is. Please, one round of applause for Ayo. Ayo was very instrumental last year as well.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Odion and the team at Modion are doing, this is something that is very amazing. Please, let's give them a round of applause again. I had some stints in the insurance industry, both as a professional. I was head of strategy at an insurance company, and also as a consultant. I have worked with several insurance companies around strategy development, retail, and technology. And I must attest to the fact that this conversation that we had last year, and that is even continuing on a bigger scale this year, is a game changer for the industry. And I told Odion that, you know, he has to just keep it going, because he's on to something big here. So I'm going to very quickly, because we are behind time, talk about a few things that happened last year. It was, you know, for a first-time event, very massive and very impressive. We had, I think we had well over 300 business leaders, InsurTech founders, stakeholders from across financial services, technology, insurance gather at the EcoBank HQ to discuss trends in the sector, the future, key critical success factors, enablers, and all of that. We had AXA, we had Curacell, ActiveEdge, Old Mutual, Leadway, and MediSmart and many others. So very, very few things that we concluded last year. First was that the insurance industry has to leverage data and tech for competitive advantage. Every other industry today is harnessing technology. We see how technology has literally transformed the face of banking. There was a time, in fact, I remember very clearly, when I opened my very first bank account, it came with a booklet at that time. And without that booklet, I couldn't withdraw a dime from my account, and I think they would even charge me some money, at that time. But today, everything happens on the internet banking. As a matter of fact, internet banking is no longer an innovation. It's now more or less, it's just a giving, and banks are now moving from using internet banking just for banking and making it a marketplace where you can do literally everything. And that changed the game in the banking space. And that is exactly what we need to happen in the insurance space. And this was what that conversation was about. The conversation was led by Ola Williams, the country manager of Microsoft, at that time. And we did discuss the importance of data, big data, gathering data, trends, demographics, that would serve as input into the use of technology for transforming the insurance space. We also discussed about collaboration for digital-led customer acquisition. I always say during my strategy sessions that gone are the days when competition was the in thing. Now is more of co-opetition. You have to collaborate to excel. And we had Mr. Omosheyin. Omosheyin is the chairman of the Nigerian Insurance Association. I'm rusty. I think NIA is 1 year, but I'm not sure. I don't know if he's still the chairman, but he was the chairman at that time, and he led that conversation to discuss the importance of partnerships and collaboration on one end between intra-insurance industry, between insurance companies, between tech founders and insurance players, between other players like us, who lead consulting services, PR. There has to be a cohesive and deliberate attempt to work together to drive the type of innovation and technology disruption that we require at scale in the insurance sector. We also discussed about, of course, the revolution of innovation and technology in insurance. Samuel Ugbu, the CEO of Old Mutual West Africa, helped us with that conversation. Then, more importantly, we discussed unbundling of insurance products through tech. A lot of times, we know that insurance seems abstract to the average Nigerian, and that's probably one of the reasons why penetration is low. If you speak to the average Nigerian, he doesn't understand what all risk means. He doesn't even know the benefit. It's so bad that people don't even know the benefit of something as basic as health insurance. They just think that you're just saving into the purse of a company, and when the time comes, they are going to give you stories. And for us to achieve what we want to achieve through technology, we need to unbundle all of these packages and make them relatable to the average Nigerian using technology, so that I can go on my phone, I can request for a cover that if I can use the word granularizes what the product is all about. I can speak to it. I tell people, for example, that if you say, SME insurance, what really is SME insurance? If I am an SME ecosystem enabler, and I know that majority of my community members, usually ask, what does this mean? What would it cover? And there are so many hidden clauses that deepens the mistrust that exists between the economy and the population, the populace, and the insurance sector. And this was essentially what this conversation was driven around. It was managed by Shola Ajayi at that time, the executive head of sales at Leadway. We also discussed several regulatory enablements for technology adoption. Mayowa, the CEO of Padikova, is also in the room, was on the panel at that time, to discuss this. I already mentioned the learnings from banking sector digitalization. because that was another conversation that happened. Kola Adeleke, the ED of corporate banking at EcoBank, was the one that spoke on that. And the truth is that, one thing I appreciate about the banking sector is that the banks have literally set the pace. It's almost like Africa versus the West. I always say that African leaders do not necessarily need to reinvent the wheel. A lot of the Western countries have set the pace along certain paths. It's the same thing that the banking sector has done. The banking sector has sort of led the pace in digitalization, digital adoption, and all of that. And the insurance sector just needs to piggyback on it using multiple channels, especially through collaboration. And there are lots of fintech founders. There's Mayowa, there is Ibrahim of ETAP, and a few other people, my cover.ai, several of them who are leading this transformation. And it's very critical that these conversations are happening to foster that collaboration and deepen participation of insurance providers with technology companies. I am seriously hoping that by next year and a few other years, we'll have a lot more insurance companies as partners and sponsors of this event, because this event is a critical enabler for the insurance ecosystem. We also discussed how to align innovation with regulatory environment, and this was led by the CEO of ActiveEdge Technology. We discussed, how digitalization should be leveraged for widespread adoption. And Mascot is also another great guy, the CEO and founder of Curacell, who is doing awesome. Tomorrow I'm going to lead a panel between AICO. We'll discuss the collaboration efforts between AICO and ETAP, and it was something around this that Henry discussed last year, focused on last year, in terms of how can we achieve digitalization to drive widespread adoption of insurance. It is super important. In several economies, insurance is even bigger than banking, and we can't afford for our insurance to be trailing way behind banking, because all of these, anything can happen to all our economic infrastructure, and overnight it's gone if there is no insurance. Insurance literally is the backbone. So widespread adoption, even poverty, there's linkage. You see how shops get raised down at several of our markets, and these guys who own these shops are essentially the micro and the nano businesses, and once hazard happens to them, there's no coming back. Is poverty, deepened poverty, so we can't even afford not to have insurance as a widespread, mass at adoption at scale. And it is very important, this conversation that ActiveEdge had in terms of how to align innovation with regulation is probably the most important conversation that needs to happen. Because as we know, all over the world, regulation usually trails innovation. And if you are not deliberate to have regulation catch up and align, not even just catch up, align, with innovation, what happens is that regulation then becomes an obstacle to innovation. And that has happened on several occasions. I will not mention names, but we were all here when we had one governor, who literally frustrated, whose job was at some point to be frustrating fintech founders and, several other stakeholders in the industry. But we thank God that now things are looking upwards. The fintech guys are now at the table, because one of us, is now the Minister of Technology, and things are looking upwards. That same type of thing needs to happen in the insurance space. We need to bring the regulators to the table, the same table that insurance leaders and tech founders sit to chart a way forward for how tech can be a critical enabler and critical driving factor of regulation. We also discussed a few things around insurance penetration across Africa. I'm sure all of you already know this. Penetration remains low, all the bad news. There's good news that we are increasing now. Premium per capita being significantly lower, and a few other things. Ibrahim was the one who led us with that. He's the CEO of ETAP, as I said earlier. And then we had closing remarks by the convener. And that event was very successful. And you can see that a few of us who were here actively last year are here again to support, because we do believe very strongly in the vision that Odion is pushing with his team. And we believe that this is going to be a very, very, is a starting point for what would eventually become a reference point for the innovation and the transformation of the insurance industry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great day.
Round of applause again for Ayo Bankole. Thank you so much for the recap of the IMT first, of course, forum that we had last year. All right, I do want to give a shout out to our regulators of the insurance industry. I want to give a round of applause to NICOM. They sent a team from Abuja, National Insurance Commission, and also to shout out the corporations that made this happen. Diamond sponsor, Microsoft, official insurer, Cassava, Gold sponsors, Old Mutual, Leadway, Ayo, member of the MTN group, community partners, First Founders, and then official media partners, Business Day, Nairametrics, TechPoint, Punch, and Tech Economy. Thank you all for making this happen. Need your support. Need your support very much. We have to find a way that we can use tech to avoid traffic. I don't know how we get that going, flying cars or something. All right, next up, we're going to be getting an opening address from the Nigerian Insurance Association's president, Mr. Olusegun Omosoye. So we're going to cue that up in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, fellow enthusiasts of insurance and technology disruptions, gentlemen of the press, good morning and thank you for being part of the second edition of this remarkable event, Insurance Meets Tech 2023 conference, the melting pot of two powerful forces shaping our industry and nation's future. It is my great honor and privilege to address this esteemed gathering and to shed light on the transformative journey that the Nigerian Insurance Association and the broader Nigerian insurance industry are undertaking in technology adoption and innovative programs. In an era defined by rapid technological advancement and digital disruption, the insurance sector in Nigeria proudly stands as a bastion of resilience and progress. Despite the economic headwinds that have challenged our nation, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to drive innovation, foster economic growth, and secure the future of our businesses and national assets. Under the Nigerian Insurance Association's banner, industry has not merely weathered the storms, but have emerged more assertive, adaptive, and ready to embrace the digital era and innovative artificial intelligence with open arms. The challenges that have beset our great nation, from power outages to security concerns, have only reinforced our determination to leverage technology for the betterment of all. As an industry, we have made some progress, particularly in the area of premium generation. For instance, the industry recorded a gross premium income of about 726 billion in 2022, and we expect to hit the 1 trillion mark by ending of 2023, all things being equal. However, this is still a far cry from where insurance revenue should be in Nigeria, looking at the largest economy in Africa with a population of over 200 million. We strongly believe that the growth we seek will come from a combination of several propelling forces and our industry's ability to embrace technology and provide our customers with cutting-edge solutions. Dear delegates, as an integral component of our national financial system, the insurance industry has not been immune to our nation's multifaceted challenges. Inflationary pressures, undulating foreign exchange rates, economic uncertainties, rising poverty, growing unemployment, and inadequate infrastructure tested our mettle. However, These trials have only fueled our determination to fulfill our mandate as financial intermediaries and business restoration agents. And we trust that tech and digital innovation will steer us on the path to resilient advancement.
We are relentlessly collaborating with the regulators and other stakeholders to promote insurance culture and enhance its contribution to our national GDP. Our initiatives are poised to revolutionize insurance penetration and density in Nigeria. As an industry, we have continued to explore opportunities and transformative initiatives in the area of automobile insurance, personal lines, and microinsurance with genuine commitment to technological innovation in improving the overall customer experience as it relates to insurance services. In this regard, I'm thrilled to announce our partnership with some state governments, including the Lagos State government, which aims to integrate digital platform for the seamless issuance of e-third-party motor insurance. When fully operational, this initiative would help cover some of the existing gaps that we see in the distribution of third-party motor insurance in Nigeria. This collaboration epitomizes our relentless pursuit of accessibility, convenience, and transparency, all powered by technology. In conclusion, as we gather at this Insurance Meets Tech 2023 conference, I strongly urge you to reflect upon how you can play a part in the emerging financial services landscape. Let us all collectively embark on a journey of transformation, innovation, and boundless possibilities. Together, we shall harness technology's immense potential to redefine Nigeria's insurance landscape, create new opportunities, and secure a prosperous and secure future for all. I thank the organizers, Modium Communications, and the convener, and my friend Odion Aleoboa for your wavering commitment to our industry. And may our collective efforts shine as a beacon of progress in the ever-evolving world of insurance and technology. Thank you all, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Great stuff. Everybody shouting out Odion because they know his hard work. All right, we keep it going. We're going to be hearing next from David Larry Michon, who is the founder and CEO of First Founders. David, very welcome. It's going to be very interesting hearing from David. It's a whole lot to talk about in this sector as far as startups are concerned and how they can be supported. Looking forward to this. David, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, important guests in the house today. It's a pleasure to be in this event today, Insurance Meets Tech, and I must give it to Odion for putting this together. Please, can we give him a round of applause? I ask that you give him a round of applause because this has been a long time coming, and to be honest, the insurance industry is such a big industry that ought to have adopted tech even before the bank adopted it. And I'm happy that Odion has been able to champion this, and I believe that it will continue, to grow. And thanks for the support that you've gotten, for this basically. But very quickly, I run a company called First Founders. It's a venture studio that is focused on helping founders at the bottom of the pyramid build their startups, scale, and as well as get funding for them. Of course, we are having our own fund, in the coming months, basically. But one thing we've done over the last 3 years, basically, is to help founders, at this bottom of the pyramid, develop ideas, that sort of transform various sectors. And coming back to insurance, you'll see that I've personally been interested in insurance. And when he told me about this, I just saw that it's an opportunity for us to collaborate with emerging startups, in the area of insurance, that are young people that are building solutions that are solving key problems. And the reality is that digital transformation in itself kind of sits on 3 important legs: the leg of digital infrastructure, the leg of digital entrepreneurship, and the leg of digital consumption. Digital entrepreneurship, because digital brokers can become digital brokers. And why am I saying this? Insurance company, the big ones, send brokers out to go sell policies and all of that. What about if we turn these brokers into digital brokers, where they set up platforms where they can reach out to a larger number of people? The same thing that insurance companies can do, such as creating B2B infrastructures that support, the enabling of entrepreneurs to set up their own businesses around insurance. Take, for example, how banks were able to set up API solutions that sort of support, fintech founders in building their own startups. You see several fintech founders coming up with several solutions, and they are helping these banks become bigger and bigger. And most of the revenues that banks are generating today come from fintech as it stands. So for us, we are happy to collaborate with founders at the bottom of the pyramid with InsurTech ideas through connecting it to investors. We have access to over 1,000 investors and over 100 VC firms that are willing to invest in opportunity areas, and also to sort of link, young people, entrepreneurs in this space, to mentors or startup advisors who are already experts in this space. But the reality is that the big players need to create an enabling environment for the small players to sort of, create burgeoning solutions that solve the problems around micro insurance, around, various sectors, health, wealth, and all of that. So for us at First Founders, as community partners to Insurance Meets Tech, we are happy to collaborate, we are happy to support, and we'll be willing to go the long haul with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David Larry Méchant, founder, CEO of First Founders. Another round of applause for him there. Very, very important. All right, as you can see, we are setting up for our, let's see now, executive dialogue. This is going to be a very, very interesting conversation. Digital and tech innovation in insurance. What is Nigeria missing? Whenever it comes to stuff Nigeria is missing, people always have a lot to say. So I think there will be a lot to discuss as far as this conversation is concerned. What is the insurance penetration in Nigeria is what? Well below 1%. It's also pretty low across Africa. I think it's 2.8%, which is below the global average of about 7.3 or 7.4. So there's going to be a lot to discuss as far as what Nigeria is missing. Why is awareness so low? Why can't I just pick up my phone and just sign up for insurance policies and just get it immediately? There's a whole lot that needs to be discussed. So we're going to be looking forward to having this conversation with a great panel. It's going to be moderated by Odion. Just like his fireside chat with Microsoft last year that he used to kick things off. So as you can see, these are very, very comfortable chairs. I don't know if the guests will want to get up after they sit in these plush chairs. Odion spends no expense making sure they're going to be comfortable. So I'm going to be discussing a lot about what Nigeria is missing as far as insurance is concerned, and whether or not we can improve the penetration across the country. All right, so we're going to set that up. I'm going to be putting that together. Did anyone hear about the fire at the Supreme Court? Did you hear about did you guys hear about that? The first thing I thought of was, what was the first thing you thought of? What? How convenient. No. The first thing I thought was, are they insured? No, we're an insurance gathering. You're going to think about insurance now, but that's a conspiracy theory. No, we're talking about insurance. The first thing I thought about was, is the Supreme Court insured, and how much of the damages caused? There's been a lot of tragic stuff going on. The floods in Libya, the earthquake in Morocco. What's Morocco spending? About 10 billion, or is it 10, 15, or 20 billion dollars to fix things? It's the whole insurance is just in the news. So these are the kind of things that we're going to be looking at. But here it's all about technology and the connections. So very much looking forward to that. Again, it is Insurance Meets Tech 2.0. And of course, we're going to be talking about, the disruptions, how they can happen. All right, so I think we are ready to call up our participants in this discussion. So who better than the moderator himself, Odion Alubua, who is the convener of this fantastic gathering. Odion, come and moderate. A round of applause. All right, as Odion makes his way to the chairs, also going to be calling up Wale Odeleye, who is a client technology lead at Microsoft Nigeria. Microsoft is making the news. Their big investment in OpenAI, but we're not talking about that. That's artificial intelligence. Also, going to be calling on Olusanjo Shodimu, who is the Chief Digital and Innovation Officer at ICO. You're very welcome, sir. Come aboard. And last but not least, I have to remind you all who the official insurer is of this gathering. It's Cassava. So let's welcome Bode Pedro, Chief Executive Officer at Cassava. Cassava has also been in the news. You see that viral video about commodifying the Naira with Cassava. You're gonna, no, we can't reach you. How is the insurer of this event going to stand? No. Yeah, he's a fit guy. He looks pretty healthy. Looks pretty fit. We're gonna get you a chair, buddy. Yes, your chair is coming up. We cannot allow you to stand. You want to use here? All right, please.
First of all, congratulations, Odion and Modion Communications. My name is Bode Pedro, the CEO of Cassava. I would like us to give a round of applause for all of us for being here today. I also want to make one correction. I was told we generated about 720 billion in gross written premium last year, 2022, the whole insurance industry. That is untrue. We keep forgetting that health insurance is part of insurance. In 2022, the whole insurance industry, including health, generated just over 1 trillion naira in gross written premium. But more importantly, combining health insurance and insurance, over 800 billion naira was paid in claims. That's why we're here today. How are we getting to 5 trillion? Thank you.
Awesome. So we've touched the 1 trillion mark already. Buddy, thanks. That calls for a round of applause. I mean, we rebased our economy some times back and we became the biggest economy in Nigeria. Africa. Now we can rebase the entire insurance ecosystem and our contribution to GDP might just be around 10%. Again, that speaks to how much is capable or is possible in this industry. Bode, Wale, and Sonjo, thank you for joining us on Executive Dialogue. And we'll be discussing digital and tech innovation in insurance. What is missing? What is Nigeria missing? Wale, let's start with you.
Thanks a lot for this, and thanks for this great session again. I think it's long overdue. I think first of all, insurance has come a very long way around digital. Because of the attention the primary finance providers, namely banks and fintechs, generate in the media, it's easy to overlook what insurance is doing. Insurance organizations between the last 4 years have come a long way in terms of building technology platforms to facilitate efficiencies at scale. They have started the process of building strong back office processes around their ERPs and their core systems. There are significant work that has been done around data and analytics for the purposes of predictive insurance services. There has been quite a lot of work around customer experience management from an omnichannel point of view. It's not perfect, but they've done some work in that area. And there has been a lot of increased focus around collaboration and security. But there's still a long way to go. And that is because insurance as an industry has not been fully embedded into the heart of the financial ecosystem. And until that embeddedness of insurance happens, I don't think insurance in Nigeria is going to scale. Fintechs were able to scale because they didn't start up as a functional element on their own. They started as an extension of existing financial services we already enjoy: payments, savings, current and savings accounts. And I think that's the first thing we need to solve for from an enablement point of view within the country.
Awesome. Thanks, Wale. Sonjo? I mean, Wale gave a very glowing, evolving tech innovation in the insurance ecosystem. But then, in the middle of the commendation, gave a but. Take it from there. What can we do to untangle that?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to you for the great work you're doing, and also to everybody here. Please, can you give yourself a round of applause? All right, I want to start from the board. Wale mentioned something around the collaboration. If you ask me, I was looking at that question, and I said to myself, insurance we know, right? Technology we know we do. I mean, Nigeria is becoming a major technology hub in terms of developers, the use of technology. I mean, same Microsoft solutions that is sell in the US that we're using here, right? Or is it any different? No, right? And insurance we have here in Nigeria. I mean, what is insurance? It's just the capacity to underwrite risk. And we have over 50-something, close to 60 insurers locally here. But the question is, why is penetration still low at 0.3% or 0.5%? So I work for ICO Insurance. I lead the digital and innovation function. And my mandate now is to build the digital business for ICO. And the only way we see that we can achieve that is via collaboration, like Wale mentioned, partnerships. And I'm happy that last year we were focusing more about competition, that we no longer competition, we need to cooperate with other partners. And I'll just give you clear examples. I know there are a lot of partners here in the house. And I believe strongly that that is the way forward to build the insurance industry, is by partnerships with other organizations. So what we're doing at ICO to improve the insurance penetration is to identify industry verticals that already have huge market, customer base, and engage with them, identify risks that are embedded in their operations, and have an engagement. How can we as an insurer underwrite that risk for you? Because that's what we do best. We've got our capital, and that capital is meant to cover risk, and that's what we do best. So what risk exists in your own business? So take, for example, in the airline industry. People want to travel, just fly from Lagos to Abuja, but there are a lot of risk in that transaction, that customer experience. Engaging with the airlines to identify what the risks are and saying to them, please transfer that risk to us as an insurer. And you'll be surprised by the level of transactions that you can generate from those transactions as people travel on a daily basis. Today, we've been able to partner, like I mentioned, with about 5-6 airlines. And as people buy their tickets to travel from Lagos to Abuja to Kaduna, just name it, they have the option to just inch a little bit of insurance to cover them for missing baggage, cancellation, delayed flights. I mean, just mention we have that agreement with the airlines. And for any of those risks, the insurer will pay, ICO will pay. And you'll be surprised, we sell more than, 3,000, close to 5,000 policies daily. If we estimate that could get to up to 1 million policy that will sell in a year. ICO is 60 years this year. We've not sold that amount of policy in our 60 years of existence. But in 2 years, we'll be selling more than 1 million policy because insurance has actually met technology. So for me, I think that's the way to go. There must be a bridge between tech and insurance, and I think that's the reason why we're here. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Buddy.
So
you are the 100% digital-led insurtech and insurance company here. take it from there.
I think I'm going to go down memory lane. How many of you all remember when, for you to open up a bank account, for most banks, you need to make a deposit of anywhere between 40 and 100,000 naira. Correct? I remember a time when an uncle of mine came home to see my dad crying because he was retiring and he was expecting his gratuity and there was no money. I also remember when we didn't have ATMs. Matter of fact, I was an intern with a consulting company while I was in university that was working with the banking industry and the government to set up a framework for ATM machines. This is 2003, just 20 years ago. I remember when we were having lunch and they were laughing about the possibility of going to withdraw money and thieves coming to steal from you. I remember when we had PSSP licenses that were set up at the time when there were no POS machines. This was just 2013. I remember negotiating with a general manager at my first business, and I was going to offer him health insurance, and he said no, I should just increase his salary. This is 2008. What is the common denominator here? Some might say it's policy. I would say it's effective and impactful collaboration between industry stakeholders and the government. We keep blaming government for everything, but the truth of the matter is that they're to serve us. We have to come together and say, this is what we need to do. A few months ago, in Banana Island, turns out that the workers that died didn't have life insurance or health insurance. It's sad. But all that needed to happen was, if you need to get building approval, you need to show evidence that you're providing health insurance and life insurance for your workers. Just so you know, there are 700,000 construction workers in Lagos, give or take. So to answer your question, it's effective and impactful collaboration between industry stakeholders who really care about the value of insurance and the stakeholders in government who can help implement policies. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so let me go back to Wally. Wally, you are from Microsoft and you're big on data and data security. What do you think is necessary and possible if we were to make a big shift with this collaboration that we are looking for and vis-a-vis data security and privacy?
Okay, thanks for the question. So first things first is that we must never forget that, and I mentioned this at the last session, that the fundamentals of insurance is trust. People need to trust services. What has happened up to this point is that the regulators in Nigeria have forbid certain types of information to be exchanged with banks. The reason is largely due to privacy, like you imagine, but unfortunately, those guidelines have limited how insurance services scale, because we can no longer leverage the intelligence the bank have in terms of finance consumption to now position insurance in the journey of customers. As Microsoft, we realize that it is our responsibility to build trust in 3 layers. The first is trust in the data and where the data is stored. And so if an insurer collects my data for the purposes of risk underwriting services, life annuity, car insurance, I have to know that my information is safe. if I am providing sensitive healthcare insurance data, I need to know that my provider is in compliance with global health information exchange standards, and my information will not be utilized for marketing purposes to a Facebook, for example. The second piece is this, which is we need to protect insurance organizations themselves from cybercrime. We need to protect people's funds. We need to protect how people's data is being accessed. And unfortunately, it is very, very easy to compromise a lot of information systems that have been built. And so we have invested in a critical technology in Microsoft, which we call Purview. Purview, amongst our broader security services, allow us to enforce confidentiality of information, enforce governance, enforce controls around how information is being used. But I think there's a third part which unfortunately Microsoft cannot solve alone, which is bringing regulation to the table around the role they need to play, not just in protecting people, but also allowing access so that insurance services can be, distributed in a more robust manner. And I think that discussion needs to happen. We have avoided it for long enough, and I think we need to have that discussion at this point. Because the more, the regulator is going to come from the point of view of knowledge available to them. They don't know AI, they don't know cloud. So they would create regulation and policies that restrict how these technologies that are meant to guide and protect us from geographic events, geological events, national events like war. And because they don't know, these policies now create more problems. So we need to have that discussion so that we can better protect and better ensure that insurance services can be distributed in a secured manner, in a manner where people can actually trust the technology to be available when needed, regardless of what event, whether or not Nigeria goes to war with Niger Republic or whatever. We need to have that built into what we are doing going forward.
Awesome. Let it not be a slow clap. I think he made a strong point there. Morakio, thank you so much for starting that clap. I'm sure that sunk in very quickly. So, Sonjo, I reserve this question for you because you are the traditional insurer who had just co-opted or start collaborating with an insurtech. So you see the possibility of the innovation from your collaborator, and as a traditional insurance that have been cooked by the way the industry is traditionally regulated, do you think the regulator is doing enough to untangle the bottlenecks stopping innovation? And let me speak here for NICOM. I think that NICOM, I'm speaking now because I know that they are in the room, so I will be very, very kind. I know that NICOM is trying to ensure that they protect the insured, the policy holders, right? But in the face of being careful, is that holding back the posturing of innovation and disruption that we are all looking for?
All right, thank you for the question. I'll start by saying I think NICOM is doing enough, but it can be better in terms of the regulations and innovations they're trying to bring into the industry. To give it to NICOM, there's a platform that they've developed called NICOM Portal. That portal helps the entire industry to be able to monitor the insurance policy available across all organizations in the industry. That way you have the uniqueness, just the same way you have your BVN for the banking industry. We're trying to replicate something similar to that in the industry. So I would say NICOM, yes, it's on the path, but there's still a number of regulations and innovations that can be brought to bear. One of the ways I think we can do better is around the issue of access that Wallace talked about. For example, for us to be able to innovate better as practitioners, industry operators, we need to have access to data that will help us onboard customers easier. I mean, that's one of the major challenges that we have as underwriters. Today, before you can underwrite a product, there are minimum requirements that you need to take, right? But those data are already available for the banking sector. So why can't we have access to such data such that via API I can connect to collect the minimum data I need, and that way I offer the customer just the policy, I collect payment, and in 2-3 minutes I can sell policy fast enough. But today, because there are restrictions to access to those kind of data you have, for example, your BVN data, NIN data, you still need to ask the customer to provide so much information before you can provide simple insurance product to them. So those are additional ways we believe that the regulator can work with industry operators to be able to fast track the uptake of insurance in the insurance sector. And I'm sure over time we will break this bottleneck and we'll be able to do this much more better.
Thank you very much. Buddy, you are the new kid on the block. Is NICOM excited about your foray into the industry, or they are careful about you?
I'm going to get into trouble here. But I want us to remind ourselves that government agencies, and the people that work there, they are there to serve us. Just so you know, say that again. I'm not even the new kid on the block. I applied for, with the help of my partners, micro insurance license in July, to be more specific, July 17th, 2016. We only got our license in January of 2021. And we raised our funding within 1 year. So, on one hand, it's been difficult. On the other hand, I won't be here without NICOM. Now, the way I see it is we shouldn't just be sitting down and expecting and complaining. We should come together and sit with NICOM and drive insurance forward. It is very difficult, but it requires wisdom. It requires a sense of understanding, to understand their own challenges, their own inhibitions, complexities within government, and to find a way around it to get to where we're trying to go. And as far as I'm concerned, that is our job right now. Thank you.
So first of all, congratulations. But again, that was a very long journey, and I don't think that we should onboard corporates within that long gestation period. I'm tempted to keep this conversation between the four of us. But I think that this audience is rich enough to ask even more questions and drive this conversation deeper. And I said this because I had 3 calls in the course of planning this event. One was from CBN, the Bank Assurance Group. They told me they will be here, and I hope they're in the room. We got a call also from NCC. We also got a call from NICOM, InsurTech planning, organizing brainstorming group. I want to believe they are in the room, and therefore I will extend my question or opportunity for them to partake in this conversation, as well as every innovators and business drivers in the room. 2 questions. Mr. Mamedu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Mamedu. The panelists from ICO painted a rather rosy picture of how they've succeeded in using technology to drive patronage. One, I would like to know what proportion of income of ICO is coming from the digital platforms when compared with the traditional platforms. Because when we cast our minds back to some of these pay TV platforms, I remember the days viewers used to queue just to renew subscription. They used to queue in their offices. But these days, just with your phone, with the appropriate apps, you can easily subscribe to pay TV channels and renew your subscription. But when compared to insurance, the rate of adoption is abysmally low in insurance when compared to other industries when we talk of technology.
All right, thank
That's
you so
why
much.
I was to a large extent surprised when he painted that rosy picture. I think we should rather address the challenges that are leading to this low adoption by insurance consumers. Those challenges are there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mamedu. Do you want to take the question now?
Yeah, thank you very much.
The rules and the challenges.
Yeah, I just need to address, yes. So, I mean, I won't go into the numbers you're asking for, but in terms of the penetration and in terms of the count of number of policies, what I said is actually accurate and valid. We can discuss this after now. So, I mean, the point is, you need to, for this industry to grow, you need to adopt an embedded insurance model, right? Look for opportunities or places where you have business entities that have large customer base, identify the risk inherent in the operations, and partner with them as an underwriter to cover those risks for them. Then you embed the insurance product into their product. We've done this in the airline industry. As I speak today, we've partnered with about 5-6 airlines, and as people are buying their tickets to travel here and there, we'll sell insurance products to them. So that's just one industry. If I can identify other industries like that, then we can solve this problem. I mean, yesterday or 2 days ago, AXA partnered with Airtel. Over 50 million customers, right? You can address health insurance from that angle. So let's look for various opportunities, various industry verticals, identify the risk in there, and let insurtechs, industry operators partner with them to embed insurance products so that we can drive up the volume. And that's what we're talking about. With that, we can get to the numbers we want to reach.
Awesome. So you did the flowery talk, sorry, the rosy talk, but you are 100% digital insurer, right? So how flowery is this business?
I didn't get the last question, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mamedu is a bit pessimistic about the rosy nature of this business, and in that family of blooming language, how flowery is this business for you?
So it's important to remember that technology, software, digital, all these words that we're using, they're just enablers. What is the outcome? What is the aspiration? Prosperity, in one way, shape, or form. I'm going to give you a simple example. There was a claim. It was a man passed away, and his son reached out to us because he noticed that he had a life insurance policy. And we processed the claim, and we paid. His mom called, worried. And she was like, I've seen these payments. My son said it's for something called insurance. And she wants to be sure that it's not a cult money that she's getting. And, you know, our customer experience team, fantastic folks, they said, oh, no, it's not, that this is insurance, it's like savings. And it's your husband that actually puts money away for you and your family in case something happens. She started crying on the phone. Why? Because after her husband died, she spent the last 2 weeks before that call thinking about and worrying about how she can prepare her children for school, for education, for college. And this is a blessing because now she has something to put away. You know what she was asking? Where can I save this money? And so initially it started off funny, and it was actually very emotional. And why this is important is digital is an enabler. Your KPI from a digital perspective is the outcome of giving true value to our customers. Now, if ICO is not doing it digitally, but they're actually giving value, congratulations to you. But digital specifically is to get to where we're trying to go, which is for our children, our siblings, our colleagues, our citizens to prosper in their lives. Thank you.
Awesome. One more question. You ready?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Tomilola Tobun. I'm from Aluko Anoyebode, a commercial law firm in Lagos. Okay, so I have like a couple of comments, not questions per se. I hope that is fine. Okay, so just drawing from a number of conversations. So I'm a lawyer that works with fintech companies, and one of the things that has been going through my mind sitting down here is how do you draw a connection between, looking at the trajectory of growth in fintechs and insurtechs? Just like Bode mentioned about, is it possible for you to, can you provide value? Can you provide value to your clients traditionally? Yes, that is possible, but you'd also agree with me that technology has come to stay and it has come to disrupt. And what it means is that for your clients to actually get value, for you to actually have that penetration that you need in the insurance sector, you have to leverage technology. It's a given. So looking at the history of fintechs between 2020 to 2012 till date, there are a number of things that call our attention. First is financial inclusion, ease, and affordability. Those are the things that have driven fintechs or fintech companies over the decade. And I'm thinking about insurance, and I'm thinking that is the same thing. One of the things that we also need to leverage to create creative or to bring about creative solutions. So for instance, I'll use myself as an example. I didn't sign up for life insurance, but I actually purchased like a sort of insurance, like an educational trust for my children. And through that, I was able to get life insurance. So, well, I wouldn't mention the name of the company now, but so they sort of packaged life insurance with education, creating something that could be appealing to me. So the same thing for insurance companies. We need to think about how we can, penetrate different sectors, different persons, bringing about creative solutions into the market, and then we can begin to see that we're going to have a penetration. Okay, so, and secondly, Mr. Glea was talking about using data. Yes, I know that there are challenges with the use of data, but I was also thinking about, anonymized data and what we call pseudonymized data. The Data Protection Act actually talks about that, which is like a new act. And I'm thinking, how can we use anonymized data to get what we want? So anonymized data, you don't have those kind of strict regulations around anonymized data because you don't really know the person. But can we use that information to also sort of, create solutions and get to the target audience or target market that we need to get to? And the third thing I had in mind was collaborations. Yes, a lot has been said about collaborations and engagement with the regulator. One of the very interesting things about fintech is that fintechs and the solutions that the fintech companies were creating were always going ahead of the law or the regulatory framework. Same thing for insurance. The more we create or bring about creative solutions, then that will also drive engagement with, for instance, NICOM. And as we come together and collaborate with the different sectors and further engage NICOM, they will create opportunities to ease insurance companies into the framework that currently exists in Nigeria. And I believe that with that, we can create not just products, but we can create, products that would actually meet the needs of the audience or the target market in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for our fourth speaker for today. That was very insightful. Bode, Sonjo, Wale, round off. I'm tempted to ask this question, but I want to see it as a topic for 3.0. Technology versus insurance biggest competition, religion. Round off.
For me, I think is more information and more awareness on the part of our on part of the consumers. Yeah, religion is good, but also to know that anything can happen. And the benefit of insurance is to just have a plan B. Yeah, your plan A could be it won't happen, it's God, that's the religion. But plan B would be what if it happens? Or see it as a way of supporting the next person beside you. Insurance is around, all of us in the room contributing 5 naira each. If something happens to Mr. A, then we'll give to him today because tomorrow it could be my turn. So if you see from that point of view, then maybe make it more easier for people to want to subscribe to insurance. No, we're not fighting against your religion, but just saying to you, okay, or can you help your neighbor beside you? Thank you.
Wale?
Yeah, so I think that the points the lady made actually answers the question. It's actually a game of financial literacy. I also don't think that, unfortunately, it is something NICOM can do alone. I think that NICOM needs to piggyback on the financial literacy drive that both the Ministry of Finance and the CBN is pushing. And I think that to now drive the adoption, embedded finance is really the way to do this, so that people are starting from what is known, what they know. I know I have a banking account. I know I can pay. I can use a mobile app. And we now embed finance within those experiences. If we do that, we'll see a change. I don't see that the religion dichotomy as a major thing. I think financial literacy can quickly solve that if done correctly.
Buddy?
Yeah, so I think we need to understand what I'll say, the expectation of insurance. Insurance is the word insurance is a foreign word created by, Westerners. The truth of the matter is that people insure themselves, but in different shapes and forms. It's a coping mechanism. Once you get to a certain age, a certain level of maturity and wisdom, you think about the risks in your life. And you instinctively or deliberately mitigate those risks by taking certain actions. One could be, let me save some money for the rainy day. That technically is like insurance. The other is, let me stay close to my church community. So if something happens, I know who to go to. Let me be very close to some egbons or some big men or big women, or be part of a village association. So when there's a problem, I can call a village meeting and get help. Those are all forms of insurance. But that is culturally a default. Insurance is not a natural phenomenon. It's artificial. It was created by mathematicians and scientists in the United Kingdom 200-300 years ago. And so our job as industry stakeholders is to find ways to replace the old classic method of coping with challenges with the new method, because the new method has far more value, while still maintaining what is culturally ours, which is why insurance has to be adaptable and evolve to what is us, not what is the way they do it in Obodo Igbo, as they say. So to summarize, my view is that religion would always be part of the process of insurance if we are open as stakeholders to find a way to embrace it, as opposed to say, oh, that is not what you should be doing. And to also appreciate the views of our consumers when they believe in faith. Because technically, insurance requires faith. They have to trust us. And that's what we have to be able to do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bode, Sojo, and Wole, thank you for this very insightful session.
Thank you.
Here's a round of applause again for our panelists. Very engaging discussion on what Nigeria is missing. And there's going to be a whole lot more as far as our discussions are concerned. I do wish we had dwelled more on the religious aspects, you know, God Day and everything's going to be fine as far as insurance. But maybe we, as Odion said, we'll leave that for more. All right, up next, we're going to be having I believe we're going to be having a corporate product service demo. Just have to confirm that in just a moment. But even after that, there's going to be a tea break where you all are going to be treated to some wonderful delicacies. Okay. All right. So I guess that is what we're going to be getting ready for. After that, there is going to be another discussion that we're going to be having, leveraging InsurTech in advancing innovative product development, customer acquisition, engagement, and retention. So full house, still a whole lot more to expect as we continue Insurance Meets Tech 2.0. So do stick around. There's still a whole lot more that we're going to be having later today.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture. To break new ground.
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
It's now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
As you go through life, your goal isn't limited to securing the bag. It goes beyond that. It is more about making the bag even bigger. At Leadway, we believe in your potentials, and that is why we have become more for you, expanding our capacity to accommodate every possibility you may think of. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services.
Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
Good morning and welcome to Charter House Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
Mama Lucky, this your fever still there?
He still there. I've been the take agbo, but he never come out.
Ha, you dey take agbo for 5 days? Why you no go hospital?
Hey, as this country be now, hospital na for people wey get money.
Haba, Mama Lucky, you won't talk say as you dey so, you no get up to 125 naira?
Which kind hospital they collect 125 naira for treatment?
You never hear of Recharge with Care?
Hey!
Recharge with Care, now the insurance from Sanlam, powered by Ayo, we go bring better life for ordinary people like us for just 125 naira per month. Yes, with Sanlam Recharge with Care, powered by Ayo, hospitalization and life insurance covers have been brought closer to all Nigerians for a minimum monthly contribution of just 125 naira. Visit www.sanlam.io.com.ng to get started with Recharge with Care. Tomorrow don't make sense.
Thinking inside the box is very limiting. Outside the box, now that's where the real gold is. Truth is, you're doing so well for always making moves, but now you need a partner like Leadway to take the high grounds with you. A partner experienced enough to help you build, knowledgeable enough to expand your assets, and competent enough to ensure your well-being and secure your future. Get more with Leadway, your one-stop shop for all your non-banking financial services. Visit one.leadway.com to get started.
It's another great day in Africa.
Now, this is where it starts.
It's time to pass on my culture, to break new ground,
To make my name.
It's time to make a champion.
To make my mark.
It's time to fly. The great things you do tomorrow start with the small steps you take right now.
The time
is now.
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 The time is now.
It's time to take that step with Old Mutual.
Good morning and welcome to Charterhouse Lagos. Let me take you on a tour of the facilities in the first phase of our construction.
All right. Okay, so we're going to be start kicking off our tea break in just a few minutes. So they're not quite set up yet, but we're going to be having that tea break in just a moment. But I did notice that there were a lot of folks who had some, I guess, more ideas or more comments on why insurance penetration is what it is. Does anyone else, we have a microphone, right? Does anybody else want to share any thoughts on why insurance penetration is so low in Nigeria? Because you have a market of 200 million people. In fact, let me even stop there. Should we keep referencing a market of 200 million people, or should we be addressing the addressable market that's smaller than that? What do you guys think? I think that one of the reasons why why insurance penetration is so low is because some people just don't feel that they should be paying for something that doesn't deliver immediately. Does anyone agree with that? Oh, you do. Okay, so how do we fix that? How do you he's giving me a thumbs up. How do you get people to pay for an item that they feel every year after year after year they're not getting anything in return, even though it is supposed to be for the unknown in case something happens? Go introduce yourself, sir. Go right ahead. Why is that?
My name is Ifeanyi Ama. Good afternoon, everyone. A very important concept you just brought up. The moderator earlier spoke about religion, and we danced around it. But I want to stretch it a bit further by adding the context of culture. I'm an Igbo man, and let's speak about my culture. If you go around Lagos today, virtually every community from the southeast have a meeting and a gathering every month. All those communities have a regular subscription in form of fee or levy that they pay monthly or quarterly. One of the underlying expectations or value to be realized from those contributions is in case of a death, there is something that should come back to the contributor. I dare say that as I am today, if I don't attend a meeting from my village and anything happens to me in Lagos, they will not allow my corpse to be buried in the village until I have cleared all those levies. If you listen to what I'm describing, you see underneath it is that we are buying an insurance program. Right? So we can speak of penetration because we're calling a regulated industry. But the informal that is not regulated has an insurance policy that has penetrated deeply. So I just chose one ethnic group amongst the most populous in the country that already has an institutionalized insurance scheme running. If any organized formal insurer can tap in and break into this, you would create a market, a new market that is untouched. So the underlying thing I'm passing today is that our culture actually is a barrier which we need to find methods to now tap into. Thank you.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. But from okay, we have. It sounds like what you're saying though is that is forced. Well, not forced, but it's enforcement. They make you used a very gory example. If you die, they won't allow you to let your corpse be buried unless you've paid off all your debt. So the village participants are making sure that everybody pays that money into the pool, which will go for the debt. So it seems like enforcement may be what you're talking about. I saw another hand up. All right, go right ahead, sir. We can get a microphone over. So it sounds like enforcement. They have to be on the formal side. We have to replicate what we're doing in the villages and with an iron fist enforce. Can we get a microphone to the gentleman in the glasses? Yes, right there in front of you. Can you introduce yourself and your company, which I take as an insurance company.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
My name is Imo.
Imo?
Yes.
I take it you're from the southeast.
Well, yeah, thank you. I'm from Abia, but
okay.
Imo.
Fantastic.
So I work at an insurance company. My job is on strategy and growth for my organization. Taking it from where my friend, incidentally both of us from the southeast comes from. And what he said is quite true. But some of us have tried to leverage on that. I belong to a town meeting here in Lagos. So what I did to them, and 10 years ago, they had the issue of this contribution to provide succor to the families that have been diseased. They have a disease. And so what we came up to do is why don't you do group life assurance? And so I moved that motion of group life assurance. And today, even though where I work, we don't underwrite life. And that's town meeting is taking group life assurance, and they have replicated it in Abuja, in other parts of Nigeria. And so, like my friend was talking about embeddedness, so we embedded it into monthly contributions of members that you have to contribute. So, and it's giving a payout fantastic without even disturbing the union of whatever happens. So the only thing they do is to go ahead and make a claim. And we're moving it now to not just group life assurance, I've embedded also group personal accident. So if there is temporary disablement or partial disablement, the person can get from insurance. And we've taken that also, my alumni, one of the foremost technology universities in Nigeria, sold the idea for them, and for the past 5 years, Futo Alumni is doing insurance. And last year, we made a claim. And so the thing is, I'm sorry that I've given competitors an idea, but it's all right. It's part of insurance penetration.
Right.
So the thing is this, that there is a social and economic aspect of insurance, and also the ethical aspect of insurance. And what has actually hindered the penetration of insurance in Nigeria is how we actually aggregate the contribution of insurance. In other climes like South Africa, which is having about 23 or 40% penetration, health insurance is being computed as part of the contribution, as well as pension. But when you remove pension, and we just said today that if you add health insurance into the insurance gross premium income, it will not be what it has there. So we have an issue, apart from the fact that the initial practitioners of insurance did not do it good in Nigeria. And so when I was taking insurance after youth service, I believe my colleagues or my schoolmates were saying I've taken an oath of poverty. Because at that time, when you look at the insurance man, you see him as that fellow with big tie, and you wouldn't like to do anything with him. But when people from other disciplines started entering insurance, we could see expansion, new ideas, penetration, and all the rest of them. And the industry is growing. So the thing that we need to do is to look at the various areas. What actually drives insurance penetration is life. Because there is this problem, and if you want to distribute insurance online or digital means, it is easier through life and health than through general accident, because for you to insure an asset, there is this component of seeing the subject matter of insurance before the insurance journey is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Great stuff. I mean, there's always the anecdotes we get. It seems like in these clusters, it's insurance, it's working, and they're getting people to sign up, but then it just doesn't follow through on the data. Anyway, thank you so much for your contributions. Tea break is ready. So we will go on a tea break for 30 minutes, and we will be back at 1 p.m. To continue the conversation going on. So please do help yourselves. Right behind you there, there's refreshments, food and drink that are waiting for you. Again, it's the Insurance Meets Tech 2.0. So do enjoy yourselves. We'll be right back at 1. right. Okay. All right. So I hope you all are enjoying your tea break, which has now come to an end. Lovely refreshments here at the Insurance Meets Tech 2.0, where of course we've been talking a lot about insurance and technology. We're going to keep things going now, and I want to welcome for a, I guess it's a product demo, right? Is that what we're going to be talking about? Exactly. Fantastic. Product demo. Yinka Awosanya, he's a research lead at Intel Point. So one round of applause for Yinka as he comes up to dazzle us with some of their products. Dazzle us, Yinka.
Good afternoon. My name is Yinka Awosanya. Did I get this slide? The clicker. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll just be giving us a sneak peek into a report that we're currently finalizing on about the Nigerian insurance space. So these are just some industry figures from the insurance story. So as of 2022, so the market size is 2.3 trillion naira. Oh, the T went down. Which is like the total assets of the entire Nigerian insurance industry. Gross premium 726 billion gross premium 2022 again. Then insurance contribution to the national GDP less than 0.5%, and it's been that for the past 13 years. And Nigerian share of the African insurance market in 2021, it's 2.113% of the entire African insurance market. 2022, not all the African countries have their figures out yet. So most likely it's still going to be within less than 5%. And of course, a comment that was said earlier about the fact that life insurance is the key driver of Nigerian insurance, of the insurance market in the country. And of course, that's insurance is the major driver of. And over the last 13 years, so every year, so life business has contributed not less than 13% of the gross premium for the industry. Why the report? Yes, aside the fact that there are really no major reports about that really focus on the insurance industry in Nigeria. And then COVID happened in 2022, and then there was the EndSARS protests in October, with lots businesses losing their means of livelihood. So afterwards, so we now think, okay, yes, these businesses, after losing their means of livelihood, what's next for them? Considering that insurance penetration in the country is very, very low, and not everybody, not both businesses, there are really nobody there is really few that will say, yes, they have insurance coverage for their business. I did a story in 2018 or 2019 about insurance. And then I discovered that, yes, this particular person is a business, a shop in Surulere, I believe, at that time, was burgled. And then she did not have insurance for her business. But surprisingly, she got a car about 2 months prior to that time. And then she had insurance for the car, but not for the business that's really bringing in the money. The reason why she got the insurance for the car is, yes, like car insurance is compulsory, at least third party. And of course, it's a new car, so she had to do comprehensive. So yes, the report, so we're like, okay, yes, let's talk to these businesses and know, okay, do they have insurance? What are the problems they face? And then, yes, if you say, okay, yes, let's go ahead and do that. So, yes, so we spoke with more than 350 business owners in Lagos for the report, as well as insurance sales agents, insurance companies. And the reason we did that is, yes, we are trying to tell a story about the insurance industry, and it won't be appropriate to tell a story from one angle without considering every stakeholder. We consider business owners who are the ones that these insurance companies are selling to and then the insurance sales agents are doing the selling, and of course, insurance company, and asking them questions around what the challenges are, what they are facing, and stuff like that. It's not working. Oh, okay. Wait, that's the next one, right? Okay, yes. These are some figures from the report. So, 7 in every 10 businesses laid off some employees after the event of October 2020. And these are businesses in Lagos that we interviewed for this report. And only 3.6% of survey businesses owners have insurance, which is very low, considering we did over 350 people. We sold over 350 businesses. And 31.28 business owners with insurance coverage are female. So, and a report that released in June this year also almost had the same figure. About the fact that 30% of Nigerians with retirement savings accounts are female. The other 70% are male. That's also 2022. It's almost the same thing with insurance as well. Yes, so other insights. So more business owners over the age of 40 have business insurance for their business than those below 40. So telling us that, yes, business owners above 40 years old are more yes, get their risk and prepare for the risks than those lower. Yes. So we also look at the kind of backups that businesses have for their those that do not have insurance coverage, the kind of backups that they have for their businesses. We look at the age and level of education, the role it plays in in insurance subscription. Yes, yes, of course, we know that people that are older tend to have more insurance than those that are not older. So we look at, okay, yes, does the level of education also play a role? So that's part of it. And then the insurance of sales agents, their remuneration, the relationship between their remuneration and how they sell insurance products and services. Yes, some of the questions that the report answered. Relationship between insurance sales agents, education, experience, and remuneration, and the kind of or what they are delivering in meeting their target and the likes. The big challenge with selling insurance products. And then this challenge looks at it from every angle, from the business owner's angle, from the insurance agent's angle, as well as from insurance company's angle. Business owners' major concern with insurance products, yes. And then you have the fact like, yes, we spoke earlier about culture and religion. Yes, for them, it's a case of, yes, God forbid, it's not going to happen to them, which is one of the major reasons why people don't buy insurance. And also, you have feedback from the business owners that we spoke with, that yes, they don't trust insurance companies, which is the reason why they don't buy insurance for their business, and a lot more. So the report will be released next month. Yes, it's supposed to be released next month. So trying to currently rounding up on the report. So yes, aside that, so we also have insights from the insurance industry as well as other opportunities. The opportunities that is currently about in the insurance industry. So let's take, please. We have Cassava here. At the time when Cassava started, it was employment insurance, I believe, and then we have over 60 million Nigerians in the employment fold. How many of those have insurance, not to talk of having employment insurance? So we consider some of the opportunities that are about in the insurance industry. There is also businesses as well. Smith and said there are over 34 million medium, small, and micro businesses. And of course, how many of those are in the insurance bracket? Very, very low. Yes, thank you very much. So to get the report, so you can go to bit.ly/Interpoint Insurance, and as soon as the report gets released, it will be sent to your email. Thank you very much.
All right, a round of applause one more time for Yinka Wosanya, research lead at Intel Point. Yinka, well done. Thanks for the presentation there. All right, so we are putting forth again the chairs now as we get ready for our next discussion, which is going to be on leveraging InsurTech in advancing innovative product development, customer acquisition, engagement, and retention. So there's a whole lot there that does need to be discussed, and the discussions around this word leveraging and being able to scale, I think it's something that is going to be very interesting to discuss, because it's a challenge that remains and something that of course has to be addressed. And since we have the brightest minds brought together from this for this forum, we're going to investigate that. So, okay, we're still going to be putting our chairs together. I won't quite introduce our panelists yet, but it's a very diverse set of folks. Our moderator is here. Yes, she is, getting ready to have this discussion. So I think we're also going to continue the conversation we're having right before the tea break around scaling and around being able to improve penetration. So I think we still need the microphones. Yes, we definitely need the microphones as well. All right, so I think as we get the microphones, we can now introduce our participants for this next discussion. So let me start with the moderator, Rashidat Adebisi, who is the Chief Client Officer at AXA Mansard. You're very welcome. Yes. And for the panelists, Rashidat, you're very welcome. It's great to have you, great to have you, great to have you. Benro Dara, who's the founder, CEO of Octamil Incorporated. I think is Benro with us? Yes, indeed. Come right up, sir. You're very welcome. We did have the CEO of Paddy Cover just a moment ago, but he had to run because he had to close a big deal. So he was very generous to make sure that we had someone representing him, ably represented by Mrs. Opeoluwa Duntoye, who's the Chief Operating Officer at Paddy Cover. She should be coming up pretty shortly. I think she'll be coming up in just a moment. She should be here, so hopefully she'll be joining us, because he did tell us that she was here. Also, we have Uche Okugo, who's a co-founder of Fast Claim Solutions. Uche, are you here? Yes, he was sitting right next to me. You're very welcome. A round of applause. And we also have Inkura Okere, who is the operations manager at IO Nigeria. You're very welcome. Okay, you're very welcome. All right, and this is, of course, Mr. Opeoluwa Duntoye, CEO of Paddy Cover. All right. A very gender diverse panel, if I may say so myself. So I think your microphones should be ready, set to go. Rashidat, you can take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's not always easy for us to have an engaging session after lunch. So I hope that people didn't eat pounded yam and things. I saw more snacky looking things. So thanks for the opportunity, and I would like to welcome everyone on the panel again. Welcome everyone. So today we have a really big job, right? Because we have 45 minutes to deal with something that, perhaps the Nigerian insurance industry and every one of us have been working on for years. And yet, the result is what you see anyway. So today we're speaking around, leveraging InsurTech in advancing innovative, just listen to it, or product development.
Rashidat, I'm so sorry. I can hear you loud and clear. I was initially informed that one more panelist was not here, but she actually is here. This is great. So lots of female power on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Omashime Oguzo Dogoro, who is the head of distribution and channels at Leadway. Please, a round of applause. And I apologize. I'm glad I was pointed out that she was part of the panel. This is good. The men are outnumbered. Yes. So we're going to have a great conversation this afternoon.
Well, you don't say
so
that the women are not in full number normally when men are more than women.
That is actually a good point.
So
Take it away.
What we can see is that we're seeing more diversity and inclusion happening in this space. And we hope that goes all the way to the very top of corporate Nigeria. So apologies again. Thanks. Apologies, Uma. So thanks. So the topic really today is about how we're leveraging InsurTech, not just on product development, around customer acquisition, around engagement and retention. So these are like key segments and areas of any organization, any industry that is essential for its success. And we have such an interesting mix of people today, so I'm pretty excited to be here with them. And they play in different areas. So I'll first of all give everyone an opportunity, just about 2 minutes, to introduce yourself and tell us the problem you are solving. Then I'll tell you a little bit more about me. So can we start with you over there? Yes, Maya.
Okay, great. My name is Okolu Adontoye. I head the operations at Paddy Cover. Simply what we're doing is to make sure that we create affordability of insurance right to the, direct consumers that you see. Everybody should be able to buy insurance, and we'll be able to break this down in a way that they can buy it in a monthly cover and in a very more affordable manner. We've also created a platform that is seamless. You go there, you buy, and you're able to get your insurance right at your email just in less than 2 minutes. So for us, it's about the penetration and affordability of insurance. Thank you.
Fantastic. So yeah, within the distribution space,
yes.
Largely. Thank you very much. I'm preaching the gospel.
Yes.
So we go to Benro next, wearing white. So hopefully this is going to be, different. Tell us about yourself and your company, Benro.
My name is Benro Dara. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Octamile. So Octamile, I think our primary mission is to help the Nigerian insurance industry and also by default Africa to move from a very manual or lack of digital way, or to navigate that transition. Since we see or we hear mostly that most of the growth in different sectors, especially in the retail sector, is today driven by technology, by digital. So we come with a mix of insurance skills and technology skills to build the right both back end and front end processes for the insurance industry.
Fantastic. So Benro goes beyond the norm. I think you also straddle a little bit on the distribution side somewhat, but mainly in terms of just powering everybody up.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Yeah. And then I'll go, of course, to distinguished looking gentleman on my side, Uche. We were chatting earlier, so please tell everyone a bit about you and your company.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Uche Okugo. I'm the founder, CEO for Fast Claims Solutions. So Fast Claims Solutions is a claims platform. We decided to create a platform that will bring both the insurer and the insured in one community space. And what Fast Claim does for you is that it makes it so easy that at the point an incident occurs, you can quickly go on the platform, put in your policy details, choose your insurance company, upload your pictures, and immediately it hits the dashboard of your insurance company. And at the back end, the insurance company has a chat system to begin to chat with you that they've received your claim notification, and how about to get more documentation so they can quickly pay your claim. We also have features whereby you can renew your driver's license, vehicle license, and if you are stranded and you need a towing service, you could get Fast Rescue to immediately salvage you from the incident you are in. Like I was also telling you, we're bringing a new AI technology which will help for vehicle inspection. So we want to do the whole 9 yards of claims, whereby at the point you have a claim, the insurance company can do both a pre and post-loss inspection of your vehicle on our application. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And of course, Nkirika. I think that one's not.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nkiriko Okiri, and I drive operations for IO Nigeria. Just in very simple language, IO Nigeria is a technology provider to Sanlam. And the biggest work that we do is really trying to simplify access to insurance, and not just access, but affordability. So we also understand that people would like to get insurance, but don't have affordable insurance to be able to get through, and we come on board on the back of Sanlam to help do that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've heard about people who are dealing in the promise that insurers provide when something really happens, claims. We've heard, of course, around those who are distributing newly and differently, which is what you're doing. And I have to come to Uma to conclude the session of introduction on.
All right. My name is Umashime Oguzodogro. Some call me Umar, some call me Mash, whichever you're comfortable with. I represent Leadway Assurance. I have responsibility for retail division and, by extension, distribution and partnerships. So I'm sure everyone knows Leadway. We've been around for over 50 years. Now we're trying to enable insurance also via InsurTech. So I think it's exciting to be here. And then we'll just sit and, enjoy the ride.
Thank you very much, Uma. And just, to speak a bit more about myself, and then I go into the industry just very briefly. Then we start the engagement sessions with these amazing guys. These people are doing really phenomenal work. My name is Rashidat Adebisi. I work with AXA. And, for us, it's really about how can we make a difference. Our purpose that keeps driving us as an organization is to make sure that, we support the progress of all our clients, and we act for human progress by protecting what matters. And what matters changes for you depending on what stage of life you are in, depending on what's important at that time, or even the economic environment. All of these things are important. So if we bring that to this sector, I don't think anyone here woke up this morning thinking, I will buy insurance, apart from the one that the police has to collect from you, which they call police let me pass. So I guess he touched on it a bit earlier, Uche, around that. So I'll just want the team to just discuss with us. InsurTech, what does it really mean? Everybody knows what fintech is, right? And some people say tech disrupts. So perhaps maybe I can start the challenge by talking about distribution and PADI cover. And if you can tell us a little bit around, when you think about the InsurTech sector and where you are playing, we've talked about product development, because for you to be able to sell to everyone, what kind of products are available? Because people did not wake up today saying that they were going to buy insurance. And how are you using tech, or how do you feel tech can actually make a difference, in our sector?
All right, thank you. So for us at PADI, it's important to us that, like you said, people don't wake up and say they want to buy insurance. And one of the things I make this joke with my dad sometimes, and I say, Dad, when did you get your first insurance? He was like, sometime when they came to my office. But the truth is, we need to start embedding insurance in a way that meets people at their lifestyle. When they are doing things normally, the things they do every day, they go to the restaurant, they buy some stuff online, you need to find a way to meet them at that point, and that's what we've been doing. Creating embedded insurance in a way that once you're going about your daily life, once you're going about your lifestyle options and decisions, insurance is there, and we're plugging in there to make sure that you make us your choice insurer. That's basically it for us.
Fantastic. I mean, it sounds great, but the last data set that we had says that if we add all the insurance companies in the industry live, what they call general insurance, some of us call it property and casualty, what they call health insurance, including the NHIS offering, we probably have maybe 10 million insured people in the whole of Nigeria, depending on the population size you decide to use. Whether it's the 200 million, that's or more, depending on who's counting, because we have not officially counted yet. Hopefully that will happen sometime. Or if you were to use, other data facts, or come back to the banking data and say, maybe there are 50 million people with bank accounts, people still are not buying this. So it means that there must be something, sort of like discouraging them. You've already told us about perhaps his product is making it easy for it to be, in their space whenever they want to. But what has the experience been, and what sort of difference are you making, Benro, with your own offering, with the problem you're solving? Because the real problem, of course, is protection. We know there's a protection gap by this data. So what would you say on your side?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rashida. So I think distribution generally is one topic that everybody in the industry is most interested in. If we all talk about insurance penetration, the numbers you quoted, I think the crux of the problem or the most interesting topic is how do we sell insurance more in the industry. So we approach it in two different ways. One is especially from the incumbents who are our partners. We see opportunities where their current process could actually be improved to actually distribute better and unlock new distribution opportunities within their existing value chain and customer base. So that's one approach, that how can technology enable the existing big trusted brands that are in the industry to sell better. And also, trying to figure out a new way, just like other insurtechs, right? A new way to distribute insurance at a more relevant point in time. So the way we talk about it in-house is we're trying to offer insurance by default. You probably would have used some of our partners' products without even knowing that you were covered on that transaction. But when a claim does happen, you are excited to know that, oh, yes, it was covered. So, for example, some of you would ship packages and may not even know that those packages are actually insured. So we see that being able to leverage technology in new ways, make it instant, less manual, so nobody has to call, nobody has to write anything happen. Everybody just sees an alert or sees a prompt in a dashboard. So it's really by default, end to end. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we've already heard that new products where you want to be met, and then the sort of like the experience is even more engaging. But if I come to you, and when you think about your offer, Fast Claims, if we're working with incumbents, because Benro said he's working from a partnership standpoint. So when you want to partner with the existing companies, how easy is it really for you to partner? And if maybe you can also tell us how much progress have you made, and what do you think will be important, at least the lessons you've learned so far on how to partner with, all these different either incumbents or new companies, or even the policy holders themselves. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure you don't want to. There it was.
Thank you very much. So for us at Fast Claim, what we did was to look at the current situation in the market. And we decided to take motor as a niche. Now, statistics says that we have 13 million registered motor vehicles at 2022. Out of that 13 million registered motor vehicles, it's only 3 million that has genuine motor insurance. Now, the premium pool is about 48 billion. The claim payout is about 19 billion. We now thought of, okay, let's think like business doctors. How do we deepen penetration and use an enabler? So people and we're talking about motor policies, especially third party, that is obligatory. So it means by law, you need to have it. But people are still not doing it. So how do we bring in enablers to change the buying pattern from being obligatory and for them to begin to buy out of necessity? The thing is the claim factor. So by the time we said, okay, let's use an AI embedded, so people can know, so the common man on the street knows that insurance company pays claim. So for somebody, I don't understand why in a country like Nigeria, two people hit their cars and they come out and they're fighting and they have third-party insurance.
You didn't talk about the people that beg.
Yes. So we have this slogan with fast claim, buy market. Because you have a third-party insurance. I've intentionally entered Uber, and I sit with the guy. I'm like, you get motor insurance? He said, which one with that one? I don't get motor insurance. I say, how? He said, that one where they show for police. Okay, I have that one. I said, And he said, can you imagine? I paid 15,000 naira for it. And I said, that is an insurance policy you have. So he doesn't even know he has an insurance policy. So for us, we want to help deepen the market penetration because the numbers are out there. So imagine if people see the value proposition that insurance works, that you can come on Fast Claim app, and you can even, an insurance company can pay a third-party claim of 50,000 naira, and it's out there in the public. What happens? People will now want to take genuine, even third-party motor insurance. And that is where you begin to see the penetration. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. So maybe I'll come back to you again later, a little bit more around the partnering with the companies. Because in the end, you are not the one who is paying.
Exactly.
The you still need to work with the insurance.
So what we've done is that we've onboarded most of the insurance companies. So all the insurance companies, out of 20, so we've onboarded about 10 insurance companies, which we are working on. So what we do, we just onboard you through web version. So what it means is that you have your dashboard. So anybody that takes the application is very easy. If you go on the App Store, Play Store, you just download it. Within 3 minutes, you download it, you register. If you immediately you see your own dashboard, you can just go see the numbers of underwriting firms you've onboarded. Yeah. And once you have a claim, you just choose any of them and you report your claim. And immediately it hits that dashboard and they begin to chat with you. So the insurance companies are our partner. And also we have AA Rescue and other people that helps in terms of vehicle registration because we want to pull that big data there, vehicle registration and every other thing. And the new embedded AI we are coming with, so insurance companies can do pre and post loss inspection on the platform.
Fantastic. I hope the AI will not have problem when there's no light, but I'll come back to that a little bit later. And if I come to you in Kirika, right, one of the exciting things about your organization is what you've done in other African countries in terms of the number of people that are insured. So there seems to be something around the engagement, the retention that you might be doing differently from perhaps the traditional insurers. So from this perspective, I guess you would say you are also an insurtech. In that space, how are you doing something different? What is really changing? And how do you hope to bring this to Nigeria as well, since you are still starting off? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think at the core of what we do as a business is taking the concept of the customer as a person. And let's not forget that InsurTech, technology, and everything else that we have is only an enabling tool. Mr. Bode said rightly the other time when he was speaking, he said, let's not forget what our KPI is. Our KPI is to build wealth. It's to ensure that from a financial inclusion point of view, everybody in the cohort is a part of this thing. So whilst we have all the beautiful things happening for the elite groups, we find that the people who really need this financial inclusion don't have access to it. So what have we come to do? We've come really to look at these people that need this insurance. People who on a daily basis, permit me to say Iya Basira, for example. If Iya Basira doesn't go to her shop and cook and sell in a day, she cannot make a daily income. How can we create products with Iya Basira in mind, knowing that from a customer value point of view, our product design is centered around what the customer needs. It's centered around how we can bring the products to the customer, but they don't have to come to us, how we can get it to them. From a marketing point of view, we are putting our customers in mind. From an underwriting point of view, how do we ensure that from a data collection point of view, I don't have to ask Iya Basira 20 questions for her to buy a policy. She just needs to give me one information, and I can streamline every other thing to be able to give her a policy that would serve her. To your customer engagement, now, a lot of times what we do is after customers buy policies, we just leave them. And that's the reason why, from a retention point of view, we have a lot of problem. But how do we drive retention and build customers from retention to loyalty and from loyalty to advocacy? I think that's the core of what we do, that we've gotten this success in the other markets where we are in. And we're happy to bring that technology here.
So you're also not insuring, but you're enabling, you're
Correct.
empowering,
Correct.
and you are engaging.
A full carrier.
And of course, they're still with the insurance companies
Correct.
they are partnering with. So if I then move to, one of the big insurers, Leadway Insurers, who is it MASH? Huh? We are representing. So when you think about advancing insurance, earlier today and even before now, the data says that perhaps it's the HNIs and the wealthy people and the large corporates that are being protected. So how do you see, are you collaborating in any way with InsurTechs? And what areas of that are you working on? Any of these areas, or is there something different you're doing at Leadway and in your own role to really help us advance, insurance?
Well, thank you very much, Rashidat. So one of the things that has gotten me excited in the last 2 years, I've been in the industry for over a decade and a half, and, in the past 2 years, a little above 2 years, there's been an excitement, as a result of the entrance of InsurTech. Particularly, even seated right here are some of my partners. So at Leadway, we are open to partnerships. We have quite a number of partners. So what we do is we offer the enabling tools like APIs for you to integrate seamlessly. We collaborate with these partners to develop products that are bespoke for the market. So I hear Nkiri when she was speaking to the financial inclusion, that's the mass market. So prior to now, you find that insurance companies just sit together in a room, design a product, and roll it out. And then 3 months after the rollout, they are knocking their heads at what's going on. We had a product that we sold that we designed that was the request came from a broker, and it was a property lease insurance product. And believe me, Rashidat, you know how it is to get approvals from NICOM. We went all the way, got the product out, launched it, and it failed. That's because we didn't consider the target, the end user, who's the consumer. So one of the beauties that InsurTech has brought, particularly with the partnerships that we have, is we ideate together. If it's not working, we iterate. So all of that gives you a better product to serve the target with. And then Benro spoke about distribution channels. That also is something that we're big on. So we look out for the big distribution channels that we can, either embed insurance or, offer it as a service on those platforms. In a nutshell, just to summarize, Leadway is open to partnerships, and we're looking at the entire value chain.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I think in the room, we probably have a mix of different people across segments of society. You could be a tech company also looking to partner. You could be an insurer. You could be, just someone who has ideas and you're wondering, how can I look at it? But at the base level, we're all customers. Yeah. And I usually joke that we're actually all the insurers in the room, because we're the ones insuring people around us. When something goes wrong, they will call you and say, your wife had a baby, and you're wondering which wife was it, and we need to pay something. So when you think about that, we're going to open up the floor for questions shortly. I just want to ask one more, question, hopefully not to put you out too much. As we just heard from MASH, insurers want to partner, but everybody keeps talking about disruption. And when you think about what you are doing in Paddy Cover, and when you think about the topic of disruption and truly making the impact to advance insurance, what do you think are the key things that you like to share with every one of us that we perhaps are not focusing on, or we need to keep focusing on to ensure that we can advance insurance, at least from a distribution standpoint?
Okay. I like the perspective that Nkiru took it from, whereby the Yarashidat scenario. A lot of us sometimes, we think like, whether we like it or not, our biggest competitor is the blood of Jesus and every other religious, whatever it is. But the truth is, a lot of people don't really have the information they need to make a buying decision when it comes to insurance. So what I would like us to do better as an industry is to drive more of storytelling, drive more of our testimonials. We have people that have bought insurance, that have experienced insurance. We need more people that have experienced it also to come out and actually say, I got an insurance cover and I got my claim paid. A lot of people, the fear is, they've come to collect my money. I don't know where I'm going to do it from. But one thing we've done at Paddycover is to make them see it, like, we make them see the end to end. If you're coming to our platform and we're giving you embedded insurance, you're also seeing how easy it is for you to make a claim. So transparency really in what we're doing, making it, I like when Rashidat said, we don't need to be doing so, Rashidat doesn't have to fill so many options. Let's make it easier for the woman at the roadside, for the student to also say, I want to buy insurance. We don't have to wait for people to start getting a job before they know the importance of insurance. They can actually start knowing that right from school. So what are we doing? How are we partnering with the government to drive this storytelling and for them to understand the importance of insurance? So I think the onus is on us really to drive more of that awareness and the impact stories that we have.
So we don't speak about our story enough.
We do.
Apparently the corporates are chopping and cleaning mouths. They're collecting a lot of claims because I saw data that says that about this year alone, I think about maybe 500 or so, over 500 million naira, maybe 500 billion or so has been paid across the whole industry, or something interesting like that from some NICOM data I saw recently. So when you think about the regulatory side, is that enabling you on one side, Bero, on the side of Octamil, with this big problem you are solving, and the existing baby insurance partners who are perhaps providing the service you are offering before? Do you see yourself, are you competing with them, or are you enabling them, or how are you partnering with them? So let's know a bit about the regulatory side, how it's affecting you, as well as, of course, who you are replacing, improving, or maybe you're just creating a totally different niche for Octamil in the Nigerian insurance industry.
So I think, like building on my earlier point that, the elephant in the room is super big. So not one person, not one business can solve that insurance distribution or insurance penetration challenge. So it's a thing that we all have to do our own part in our own little way. So we come from a very different point of view from other insurtechs. That the fastest way to do this to drive insurance penetration today is to enable the AXA Mansards, the Leadways, and every other insurance provider. We know and have seen over the years, just like Marsh said, products have been launched and failed. Some of us have spent the last 10, 12 years particularly building digital e-commerce solutions. So bringing our own experience coupled with insurance expertise, I think helps to accelerate that process of really taking insurance to the last mile and solving the problem of the customer. So that I think that's we not super excited that InsurTech is mostly perceived as the disruptor in the room. I think insurers themselves, there are a few insurers that we know who we see as disruptors and actively launching new products in the market. So disruption could be looked at from different point of view. It's really around who's bringing new thinking that will drive a certain change in behavior or like mass adoption of products in the industry. So we're super big on collaboration. bringing our own tech expertise, customer-facing expertise, along with that of the existing insurers. By the way, I have an insurance background as well. So I actually studied insurance in university. But never worked in the insurance industry. Worked all my life building companies like Jumia, Opay, Opera, and so coming with a sort of a unique perspective into how do we, really accelerate partnerships, testing new products. I mean, and I also don't blame the insurers, right? They're really doing a lot of things, and they're big organizations. So a 3-month, like Mash said, that you launch a product, 3 months later it fails. Like, who cares? For us startups, I'm sure Bode would also can relate. Like, we launch many things, and put it back under the couch. So it's like a learning. We're learning quick. So if we're able to learn quick in collaboration with the big insurers, it would help the industry a lot. Then from a regulatory point of view, I think that the regulator has been really, really also forward-thinking, right? Where everybody's aligned in the industry that technology is a way to grow. The regulators themselves are moving their own manual processes to, digital processes as well. So that says a lot. We always just try to figure out ways to work within the existing confines of regulatory environment. And, as long as it works for our partners, we're happy. Yeah.
Fantastic, Vero. And I think it's really encouraging to show that, most times people talk about how the regulator is holding us back, but you're saying we're working within the regulatory environment that we have. So as you come up with your question shortly, I'm sure there will be a roving mic that will move around, to allow us to ask questions. And in case we don't have enough questions, I'll be able to come back to this amazing panel and sort of get you some more interesting insights. So when I come back to fast claims, you've talked about technology, but when we look at the data, we know that mobile phone penetration in Nigeria is even more than the population of the number of people that have, individual people. I think many people have 2 phones, right? Yeah. In the room, do we have people that have more than 1 phone? Please, if you don't mind, raise your hand if you have more than 1 phone in the room. More than 1 line? More than 1 line. This looks smaller than more than 1 line. Because now there is eSIM, right? So you can now have 1 phone with multiple eSIMs. And if you've not heard about it, please go and check it out. Even though I think not all the telecoms company in Nigeria have one. So unfortunately for me, I had to port to another provider when I needed an eSIM here. So when you think about the fact that, people have phones, but not everybody has access to data and Wi-Fi. Some people, they don't even realize that people put it off and on. When we in AXA, we launch a digital product, very exciting, wonderful, sexy, just go pack, 2 minutes, you do it. And then it was there, and we're advertising, and they were not buying it. We had to wonder what's going on. And then some people who first start the process, will reach out to them, we won't be able to get them for a while. Then after like 5 hours, we'll get them again. We then found out that they don't always keep data on. That's for people that have data. They'll tell us that maybe we have data penetration of maybe 40-45%. I don't know what the current stats are. It's a bit of a mix. Data sometimes is not reliable. So this offering you have, Fast Claim, must you have access to internet? How are you enabling customers who are not digitally, provided for, or who have to put it off and on and go for all the promos that are being put forward by the telecom companies?
Okay, so we're looking at an offline version, but if you look at what Fast Claim is built for, so that means it's meant for those that have vehicles. So you must have a vehicle for you to be able to say you have an motor insurance policy, and you want to register your claim to whichever insurance company. You want to probably renew your driver's license, your vehicle papers, and all that. So you will need to have a motor vehicle. So I think people at that level should ordinarily have internet on their phone. But also, it's just like how Google Map came. They came up with an offline version. So even if you don't have internet, you could still navigate. So that is one option our CTO is already looking at. Yes, in case it happens. Because you can even have internet, and maybe you find yourself in a situation where there's no internet. It could be in a remote place. So what happened?
Exactly.
So we're already looking at those ones.
Okay, so it's not yet ready. but it's loading.
Yes, it's loading.
Because I can assure you, it is only those of us that think like Banana Island people that believe that anyone that has a car has access to internet and data always. Even when you have the money, you can pay for data and you won't get access to it.
Yes.
So if we bring, this availability of an online, offline option to your offering in Kirika on IO, how are you positioning? Are you ready for it? Are you thinking about it? Is it already provided for? Can you tell us a bit more about this?
Thank you very much. So I think the beautiful thing about what we do in IO is that we are providing insurance using mobile phones and the mobile access. So if we use the statistics you gave of about 60% people thereabout, we're looking at about 160 million people of our 200 population that have mobile phones, correct? If every one of those persons have access to a phone through omni-channels, for example, and the different segments that we can access our customers in, the PWA via the websites and all, where you have data, USSD, how can these people buy this product? And that's what we're looking at. We're also looking at options where customers can have zero-rated entrances into this. So you don't need to have data to be able to do that. And because we are also working with all the telcos, so it's MTN, Airtel, Glo, 9Mobile, whatever phone number you have, you can access and buy those policies. It's already what we've built into our product offering for the market.
So you don't have USSD offerings already ready?
It's in the works, it's about 80%.
It's cooking?
It's cooking.
Okay, but we definitely can see, and you already know that InsurTech doesn't mean that you're only going to be in a particular tech-focused way. You have to think about the other options and possibilities when there is no lights, when the power mast goes down around an area. How do we make sure that people are still protected and can do things? Yeah. So maybe, Uma, before we go to everybody else, to open the floor for questions shortly. As an insurer, you've told us about partnering, collaborating, and this is really exciting. When you think about the critical things that ensures that this happens, what would you advise everyone here who is an insurer? How they want to partner with people? They are InsurTechs. They value them multiples. They don't even make profits sometimes, and they say that they are now worth times this in dollar, times this in dollar. With the devaluation and everything that has happened recently, that means that they even want more than the insurance company. So how are you guys? What would you advise? What should we be looking out for, if you want to partner as an insurance company with InsurTechs to help you achieve these nice things you said that can happen?
Well, one of the things that we've learned over time, with all of the engagements with the partners, prospective partners, is that some of them just are in a rush to get into insurance partnerships without actually understanding the dynamics around insurance. And so we had to backtrack because it was, you have engagements with over 100 people and they're back to back, week on week, you're having meetings, and then you realize they don't have a marketing plan. They don't have a go-to-market strategy. So, as exciting as the demographs and, all of the, when they talk about insurance, all you see is opportunities. When you spoke about customer count at over 10, just about above 10 million, thereabout, I always argue about that because, for instance, you have group life and one policy can have over 10,000 lives, 20,000 lives. Are they counting all of that?
I can tell you yes, but maybe I'm wrong because truly we don't have the data. Am I wrong?
So data is really an issue, and as much as we continue to work on mining our data, it would really help us. So the advice would be that do a little bit more research and engagement before you commence. Look at all the stakeholders within the value chain where you're going to be operating and have those conversations and convince yourself if this is really the market for you. And when you have convinced yourself, then you then plan next steps as far as what strategies do you then deploy, depending on the side of a business you want to play in. You want to play as distributor, you want to play as a tech provider. We as an insurance company, we are always ready to partner, but just get it right, before you come in. For instance, I was having an argument with a friend of mine here, Sudeep, and he spoke about embedded insurance, and it's a big issue. Everybody is speaking. It's a buzz word. Everybody wants to embed insurance, but what are we really doing with the embedded insurance? More often than not, you find that the customers don't even know that they have insurance, and that's an issue. So that's data that's just wasting. And meanwhile, the insurtechs are cleaning out because the insurance has happened, the transaction has happened.
They will not claim.
They will most times they are claim platform. They don't come to fast claim platform. They will not claim because they don't know they have the insurance. And meanwhile, there's opportunity to upsell by educating, so they know, they appreciate the value. They are able to claim, they get the experience, they get excited, they refer someone. So you're also able to upsell. You're also able to cross-sell that customer. And with their permission, you can also engage in various ways with the customer. So the opportunities are enormous, but we need to make up our minds, on how to go about it. So that's my advice. Like, be prepared, look at everything, and then let's
Fantastic. Mash has told us, if you're an insurer or you are the insurtech looking to partner, don't rush. But insurtech people, they say that it's about fail fast, fail forward. Those lingo is
we're Gen Z.
Lingo that they use to sack people in some traditional companies. That's what is helping. And if you think about us as traditional insurance company, we have all the go-to-market plan, and yet the insurance, the outcome, the result is as we see it, it has not really grown. It's not me, but the gentleman that presented earlier showed us that insurance penetration is less than 1%. When they say that, sometimes can be annoying because it's really 0.35 or so, which is even less than half. And I don't know, we're rounding it to just under 1%. If they round our salary that way, we'll all be smiling. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So if there are questions in the room, if you can raise your hand, and we will take a few questions. We probably have I can't see the moderator, so it seems I'm fine. I can keep
you can keep going. I just have to make a quick announcement. So sorry. Someone's car is blocking someone else. So if your vehicle is KRD 801GC, please head to the parking lot before your vehicle is towed. There needs to be a way to just alert you to do this. Odeon, at the next InsurTech next year, put some kind of tracker in people's cars. So if they're blocking somebody, it just notifies them.
Go home, ask your parents, do they have third party or comprehensive? I can assure you most of your parents have third party. And truly, I went home and I found out that, actually we only had one car on third party. At that time, my parents had a few cars and most of them were comprehensive. So I was pretty impressed with my dad around the fact that he tried. I now found out later that, my mom had done some insurance distribution part-time. So maybe this is why I really can't tell you. But I saw one hand for a question. How many questions will we have so that we validate that? Then I'll take a quick additional comment from Nkiruka, then we'll take the questions. So I saw you, one hand. Any questions? Any other questions? Okay, I see a lady over there. Okay, and third, and okay, so we have 5. So we take 5 questions. All right, if you can make a quick comment, and then we'll start. So if we can get a mic to the gentleman up front so that I can ask his questions while we're taking your comments.
So I just wanted to piggyback on the feedback you said, based on the reports that was presented. We're doing all these fantastic things, but we are still at single digits penetration rate. And I think we need to break the back of why that is happening. But I also don't know if we're ready to do the work, because if you ask me, in my opinion, there are 2 major reasons why this deepening hasn't happened. Number 1 is lack of education. The people who you want to talk to, we had some examples from some gentlemen earlier about the community things that happen. They don't even understand what insurance is. So how do we break down caretaker, beneficiary, claims, and all the big lingos that we use in insurance in such a way that people understand what it means. People understand how the product works. People understand what to do and the benefit. That's the only time that this whole thing will make sense, because We need to put money behind education and drive education as a force to drive adoption. If not, we will do all the tech enabling and it will fall flat on its face because people just don't understand it. The second thing is trust. We cannot run away from the factor or from the issue of trust. Everybody knows how, if I use the wallet examples from the banking industry, the reason why we've done so well in the banking industry is because to a very large extent, people trust the banks. But when we had the crash crunch era and
they did not trust the bank at that time.
Everything looked like it was falling off. A lot of fintech players rose up to the occasion and they were able to drive adoption for people. Why did it succeed? Because we had a number of people who did really well at this time. Why did they succeed? They were able to push the narrative of trust and people trusted them. Now, trust doesn't just happen on its own. It happens on the back of transparency.
No, with God.
Yeah, no, with God. It happens on the back of transparencies. So we also see this fine print in our T's and C's that sometimes don't allow us to pay claims. How can we put these things in the forefront, in the forefront, so people understand what they are buying, such that I don't get to claims and hear that my claims cannot be paid because there's a fine print somewhere I didn't see, I didn't know, that is now stopping me from getting my claims paid. So two things: education, we have to put money into it and drive it, and then number two, trust.
Thank you very much. I think very, very important points around awareness, around understanding. Of course, you are all trying to get on the field and engage with customers. Please, we need the mic up front here from the back. Sorry, we need the mic. So the gentleman is going to go first. So we need to create awareness. And I think the thing about trust is a big deal. But, so you said it's not only God that can help us with the trust. People actually have to see it happen. I have people that I know, security guards and all that, now have OPay accounts. And everybody telling me about certain other companies. They have not paid me for marketing, so I can't mention names again. But when you think about these people, the reason why they are trusting is because the money was coming out. It was happening. So they have to see it in action. It has to impact them. And somebody's word of mouth, the real testimonies were happening. And someone has talked about testimonies today. So let's take your question first, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ladi Oyeko. I work for YO Insurance. I would like to ask two questions. First, to fast claim. In all of what you do, how do you make your money from that transaction? Then the second one goes to Ayo. Have you thought of like a family plan? Because what you are selling is just like to individuals, then probably trade associations, Okada riders, and so on and so forth. So we would like to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, I'll quickly answer it. Then we'll move to the second person. I think number, well, I think answer it within your capacity because, he has whispered something to me, but you're allowed to say it out. But I think you can give a generic point as well.
So how do we make money? Well, number one, that is our trade secret. But first of all, we want to give the value proposition to the insurance companies. Because if I'm going to enable you in terms of helping your claim system payment seamless. When you see that value proposition, at the later end, we can begin to say, okay, you could pay some administrative fees. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take the second, and are we ready with the next person? Okay, so we'll take the second response.
So I was going to say you were already in our head because we in a couple of months, that product will be launching. We're looking at the continuum of products. Again, the customer in focus. So if you take a customer as they are, what are their different needs and how do you build adoption of products for their needs? And we're looking at each and every single one of them, but we're looking at them in different phases. So yes, we'll have a family plan coming very soon. And yes, all the associations you mentioned are key targets that we're looking at also.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you can see her later afterwards. So we take two questions now, answer them, then take the next two questions. We have 5 people who raised their hand in total and sort of round up the sessions with everyone giving us their last thoughts. Is that working?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Oyi from Old Mutual Insurance. My question is directed to Fast Claim Solution. He asked parts of the question, but I will still go ahead and ask. So, my question goes, the cost effect, is it on my customer? Once they go to Fast Claim to lay their claim to be directed to Old Mutual, hope my customer won't have to bear the cost, because these people are already struggling to understand and accept insurance. At the end of the day, somebody has a claim and you're telling someone that comes through Fast Claim and you're saying you have to subscribe to this or pay this before we can give you access to Old Mutual. That's one. Second question is, are your services 24/7? Is there a computer-based response that keeps the customer aware that once we come back tomorrow by 8 a.m., your complaints will be attended to? Thank you.
Thanks. We'll take the third question. Apart from Fast Claims, Gbero also spoke about some of the services that they provide. So maybe you can speak to that topic, the point around, availability and empowering companies and the cost structure as a whole as well. I think there's a lady over there so we can take your question as well and answer those two together. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Tomilola is the name. Okay, so I'll be talking like someone who actually uses insurance or like a customer. So there are two things that are usually a drawback for customers. The first is you don't get immediate gratification for any product. You think, okay, I pay now, and then I get at a time that I don't even know for a risk that I am not sure is ever going to happen. Then secondly is there's also this thought that insurance thrives on ignorance. People feel that, okay, the fact that you don't even know that insurance companies make their money since people don't know how to make the claim. So it goes back to what has been said about narrative. That means that we have to change the narrative. So how do we do that? Okay. Really, that's my question. Because, just like any other product, even look at our apps, when it comes to terms and conditions, most people don't read. They just scroll through and then you just say, accept. Is there a way that for our insurance products, we can actually make it so simple that, look, when you buy this product, just do this 1, 2, 3 things and you're going to get your claim? Is there a way to simplify this thing so that everyone knows that they will get value for the money that they are putting forward? Thank you.
Fantastic question, Tomilola. I can tell you, if we are thriving on ignorance, insurance companies will pay a lot of dividends. Many insurance companies are not paying dividends, and maybe we can say, well, people are not so ignorant now, but it seems people don't know. But we'll come back to you. So I'll get both Uche as well as Gbero to take the first question. And then on the second question, Mash and then Nkirika can also speak a little bit to that as well. So please.
Okay, thank you so much. So on your first question, the insured is not paying anything to Fast Claim. Now, what you need to understand is that we are offering the service at the back end for you. And we're trying to create a seamless claim structure for you. So the insured is not paying. Now, when we onboard an insurance company on Fast Claim, you have your own dashboard, you have a super admin, and that super admin onboards 3 other people in your claim department. So it means 24/7. Once somebody comes on the application and makes a claim notification, it hits the dashboard of Fast Claim, it hits your own dashboard, the super user, the super admin, and you can now delegate the handling of the claim to any of your claim handlers. So it's 24 hours and it's real time. And immediately the claim gets to you, there's a reference number, so you can chat the person back and say, we've received your claim notification and we're working on it. And that makes the customer believe the insurance work. Because that first empathy response they receive begins to make them understand that insurance works. Thank you.
Thanks. Gbero, you said that, people not everybody can coexist together. So when you think about this sort of offering, what are your thoughts? Can you share?
Yeah. So we have a claims automation solution, and our customer are really the insurance providers. And what we're doing is actually help them to automate and digitize that whole process end to end. So it's a very robust white label platform. So because customers don't even see us. They see the insurance provider. So it's like adding value for the insurer that, look, we're helping you to further build your great brand that you've already invested in. So from beginning of collecting the data and leveraging existing data about that customer. So just put in the plate number, you know what policy this person has, does he have excess buyback, when did it start, when does it expire. So a lot of checks that an insurer would normally need to do in the claims process is actually automated to as far as even issuing a discharge voucher. So we do this end to end. So like I said, we take a bit of knowledge of trying to understand the existing process of the insurance industry and trying to work with that process to digitize it end to end. So we just charge a subscription fee, an annual subscription fee for this. Yeah.
So maybe to Linda, you know, Fast Track is at the end of it with customers, but even when that is digitized, internally you might still not have a digitized experience. And I think Vero's point is that they sort of sit in that sort of space, so you can still, you know, use it for your normal offline process that you are automating, or at the same time link it all the way up. But you know, the way some questions are coming, Audion is going to need to charge some, you know, commission for the opportunities that will come out from this conference. So I'll take Mash. If you talk to Linda's question, we love customers when they ask us this question, and then Nkirika can also tell us what else she can add to that.
So I'll speak to the general comment around this is that the regulator has also mandated all insurance companies to communicate better, you know, to the clients. So, and by way of sending out your documents must get to you in one way or another. But as an insurance company, we have it in buckets. So for the corporates, that's pretty straightforward, because our expectation is that they probably have an insurance desk, a broker, or someone that's knowledgeable, you know, to interpret the policies and what you have therein. For the HNI and the high and the mid-income earner band, we also adopt that after-sales approach of contacting, you know, the customers after the sale, you know, just to emphasize that you understand what you have bought. And that is something that is top burner, and we're scaling on that as well. And then for the mass market, particularly for microinsurance clients, a lot of them are in buckets, particularly, you know, affinity groups, the large membership affinity groups and all of that. One of the things that we have done is to simplify the policies. They are very legible, so there are no fine prints. And then the process to claim is as simple as ABC.
Amen.
And then the claims must be settled within 48 hours.
Fantastic.
You know, so all of that, and it's actioned. So that's what's, I mean, so if other companies are not doing it, then it would be nice to do that, because each target would depict how you will serve them. And so that's how we've done it in Leadway.
Thanks. Yeah. Any short addition to that?
So if I take back to, I think it was Olamide or something, feedback about storytelling and how we can use storytelling to drive education. Also bringing it back home to these people where they are. Take religious leaders, for example. Partner with them, speak with them. How can we drive education so people understand this product even within their vicinity? Because again, we're trying to rectify the issue of trust. I trust my religious leader a lot more than a random organization that comes to me to talk to me about something. So I'm more yearned to, you know, listen, to buy in. But if we then look or take on the back of what AI can do or what technology can do, we have a lot of iterative learning as a way that we can build into our processes or our products that can just continue to drive the education that has been done from the foundational level to help customers on the journey as they get the product.
Thank you very much, Nkirika. We'll just take the last questions. Any other questions? I think we had 2 agreed. So we'll take the last 2 as one, and the second one, if we're allowed, then we can take more. We're good? We can take more questions. Okay, super.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
and choose to do Kunta right for Spend Online. Please, my question I want to direct it to the man from Fast Claims, if I got that right. I know that the issue of data, even the figures that we banded, that insurance penetration is 0.3, is 1.2, is 3.0, still points to the fact that we have not been able to get that issue of data right. And as InsurTech operators, I expected that you people should come up and clean up that issue of data. I want to know what you are actually doing in entrenching proper data in the insurance industry. And secondly, the issue of storytelling, just like somebody said, we've had issues with operators. Whenever we say, okay, tell your stories on claims that you pay, they say, oh, we don't want to expose our policyholders. How are you going to actually solve this problem to make sure that people tell their stories? Because I see that that is what is lacking in the industry presently. What are you doing to make sure that you upscale this and solve this challenge? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kunta. As we move to the second question, can you take the second question as well? I will just say to you, I think our forefathers have brought us up in an interesting way. In Yoruba land, they said that when your yam is sprouting, you cover it up. You don't expose yourself too much. So I think there's some natural tendency to sort of keep the information. And if I took students in maybe secondary school in Nigeria and one in America, and they said, tell your story, I can almost tell you that the American students has been trained in a way to just blow everything up in proportion. That same thing he will say and write a whole sentence, or no, 3 paragraphs on. Some of the Nigerian children will just write 2 sentences. I'm a top student. This one will tell you I'm so special, I'm wonderful. Do we have the person ready for the question? So please, if you go ahead and ask the question, we'll come back. We have 2 people who will answer that question.
All right. Thank you. My name is Tola. I work with Asako Assurance PLC. My question is around risk management. So one variable that we haven't spoken about that affects penetration really is microeconomic variables. Personal disposable income, standard of living as we know it to be in Nigeria. So my question now is, looking at the business model of IO, Basira personal disposable income is reducing as the days going by because of subsidy and the rest. How then can we, having invested as an insurer now in technology, which my shareholders or my board is expecting a substantial return, edge against that business risk? If Basira wants to reduce our cost, right? Insurance cost will be one cost that should perhaps put aside as we see it even in the corporate world. So a lot of companies are doing sinking funds and self-insurance. So how then, or perhaps, let me say it this way, what is IO's strategy in edging against that business risk? In the event that Basira business goes down, and we have a number of people like that, knowing fully well that insurance operates on a pool basis. So I would like context to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first claims.
Thank you so much. So that's a very beautiful question, because the whole storytelling idea is part of our business model. And what I'll tell you this is that I know for most insurance companies here, you pay huge claim out to corporates and nobody knows about it. The organizations you pay claim of 200-300 million. It's only the top executive that knows that such claim has been paid. But now we are dealing with the man on the street. He has a third-party claim. He comes to Leadway, comes on the platform of Fast Claim, makes a claim notification. Leadway receives it. They go to the chat handle side, and the claim is being paid. And the person can quickly put a start button on Leadway. Leadway has paid me my claim. That is where the storytelling starts. As a simple claim as 50,000 naira for third party begins to give the insuring public the mindset that insurance really works. So it is the common people on the street that need to know this. And that is the act of storytelling we're going to do in FastClaim.
Thank you very much. I mean, I know NIA was running a campaign some years ago, actually, together, insurance companies with regulator, and they were trying their best to tell stories around what we've done. During, the unfortunate incidents that happened around the toll gates, there were quite significant financial implications for many corporate organizations, banks especially, and even the state government. And, I think about 11 billion of insurance claims were paid. But perhaps not everybody here even heard about it or read the story. Maybe we were advertising. Can somebody assist, please? Sorry. Maybe we were advertising in the wrong places. So maybe you can tell us a bit more around the storytelling side, whilst, what, in addition to what Ugo's told us, what are the other things you think we can do as an industry, and how can you also contribute?
So, as an industry, I think we make the mistake of thinking that storytelling starts at the end of the transaction. It doesn't. It starts from the customer experience. Storytelling is as simple as me gisting with my dad and saying, yesterday I had an accident. I made a claim. Daddy, you won't believe it. I got my claim settled within 24 hours. Word of mouth is so powerful that we think because there's social media, right? Word of mouth is no longer a factor, but it is. So your storytelling should start from the experience of the customer, from when the customer is buying to the point where the customer is engaging with your salespeople, engaging with. Are you showing empathy? Do they feel that? Do they see you feeling their pulse while you're engaging with them, or you are that insurer that once somebody gets a cover, that's the end of it? What other offers are you giving them to make them see insurance as, well, as we call it, their paddy? How do they know that you really care about their business and their well-being? So those touch points are the storytelling. And when you do that seamlessly, what you have is, you have people that are advocating for you at every point. So I always say that when something goes wrong in Lagos, that's when insurance usually trends on Twitter. So in the case when insurance is trending on Twitter, will you be the story they will be telling? Will your brand be the story they will be telling and saying, oh no, when I had this experience, my insurance company came through for me. My insurance company is not like that. They are the ones that will, call me at every point in time, every turn in time in my business or in my personal life. So it's the touch points really that builds up to storytelling. Thank you.
Thanks. I think, the point of storytelling is so important. I think as an industry, there's still so much more we can do. I'm from a slightly older generation, despite the trainers or whatever I wear. So I remember, there used to be, there's a gentleman called Jimmy Sholanke who used to tell us stories. And a lot of all those stories sort of kept in our mind and our head. Because it wasn't about how expensive it was about how much it engaged, how you felt connected to it. And sometimes the stories are not as connected as it ought to be. But if we come back to the question that Tola asked, because he's an insurer and he might most likely he's a technical guy because he asks about risk management. And, he talks about, the reality is that everybody faces financial downturn. So how are you, sort of like positioning yourself? How do you hedge? Because you're going to partner with an insurer who will face risk. They've promised management that based on this partnership with IO, we're going to sell 15 million policies. You now come and say we have sold 15. Some people might not be there in a few days' time. So what are you doing differently?
So I think the beautiful thing about the partnership with Sanlam is that Sanlam already has a bouquet of products that covers all of this. So there's no worry about how that is delivered. So it doesn't matter how bad or horrible the economy goes. There's always, from a pricing point of view, something that you can use to hedge against all of this. The point is getting the people to buy into it and actually utilize it. But from a product point of view, there are products that would manage all of that end to end.
Okay, so Tola, we rest assured that It is not going to be bad. And I think in the long run, I would just add to it that management has to decide. If you want to invest in something, it takes time. I think the exciting thing to me about InsurTechs is the fact that, they are very nimble. They understand that nothing is perfect. They know that, what you even design today that is doing well, you might need to break that thing in a few months' time because something is changing and it's evolving. And as organizations, we all have to adapt. I think that is going to be the most critical skill set that we all develop. Unfortunately, when we went to school, they didn't teach us how to unlearn and relearn. They just taught us how to learn. So if you don't have that skill as an individual, as an organization, I think it's going to be a challenge. So we take the last couple of questions. I saw some hands up. I don't know if yes, rep is there. Thank you. We'll take, I think I saw 2 more hands. Thank you.
So I want to talk about the issue of sales. After product development and everything, the main issue should be how these products are sold. I think that something needs to give for us for the industry to break out of just insuring, having just 1.5 million Nigerians insured. What exactly, how are the insurance companies genuinely, deploying technology to sell insurance? And from findings shows that people that are even aware that they should buy their insurance online, go to insurance companies' websites and, renew their policies, cannot even do it effectively because the system is not as seamless as it should be. Those are aside from the ones that are not even aware that they can buy insurance online. Sonjo, in the first session, mentioned how they were able to sell insurance, 2 million policies in 2 years, despite being in existence for 60 years, the company. So that speaks volume, that how are insurers deploying technology fully for insurance sales? Because I will ask you this question. Thank God you are from one of the biggest insurance companies. Can I go to your website and begin to buy a policy from beginning to the end? Just like the way I will go, I want to buy data, and I start from beginning to the end. I get what I want finished at that point. Can I do the same, coming to your website to say I want to buy or renew a policy and start from the beginning to the end?
Fantastic. You didn't tell us your name, so everybody knows your name.
If no, what are the challenges? What are the things that you guys are going through that have not allowed you to get to that point? My name is Omobola. I write for the Nation newspaper.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We're very familiar with you. So I'll let this be answered by 2 people, because Paddy Cover is, sort of like changing the way we're having, engagements in terms of leveraging tech in a new way, and then Mash can also speak to that. But I'll probably start the conversation by saying there's Nigerian factor always. Outside Nigerian factor, I'll say to you that AXA Mansard, for example, the company I work for, yes, you can buy insurance online end to end. But you'll come back to the point that even like banks, there are some services that you can't put online because there are regulatory issues, there are things you need to do. And even with some of the online offering, because we don't have database in Nigeria, I cannot swear to you that when somebody brings a car, even if they have a license like we're told, that is actually correct and it's not fake. In many countries of the world, you would have a Department of Motor Vehicle who, you just put the information and they confirm all the information. So in Nigeria, when we sell comprehensive insurance, we must see the car to know it exists. It could be a physical scene, it could be a digital scene, and I think some people have spoken about that here. So there are some structural issues that still needs to be dealt with, which goes beyond the insurance industry. There's so many other additions. But perhaps you can tell us about Paddy Cover, and then we'll go to Mash. You can speak to this very important question, and then we'll take the second question after that.
So my simple answer to your question is yes for Paddy Cover. And why would I say that confidently is because what we've built, we didn't build it in isolation to ourselves. We have partnered with people, different stakeholders across the first segment. So like she said, it's important for my insurer to know that if you're insuring your vehicle through Paddy Cover platform, that they can see the physical vehicle. What we've done is to partner with people that will help us do that seamlessly and timely in a way that you still get your cover without any hitch. So while we look at all the bottlenecks that could happen, what we've done is to partner with stakeholders that can plug into those hiccups to make it seamless for our customers. Another area is, for us, it's not all packages you see on our platform. We have offline packages, we have online packages. For the offline packages, I will tell you, there are some covers that you can't get directly online. So it's us understanding that and then creating those seamless ones for you. So you can buy motor insurance on our platform, you can get your gadgets insurance on our platform, you can get your home content insurance on our platform, because we've been able to digitalize how we collect your data and ensure that you get, the insurer is able to see, get the information of what you want to cover, the physical evidence, they get it effectively and in a timely manner. So it's not us stressing you. That's why, again, we keep saying that we are your party. We've gone the extra mile to make things seamless for you in collating that data. So yes, so there are some, maybe you want to do a professional indemnity, you want to do other like GIT and co. I will not put that on my platform because there's some necessary information I need to get from you offline to do that. But when you go to our platform, you see those seamless ones, health insurance, gadget insurance, and then you get that seamlessly. Even for the offline ones, for us, we always want to look at it from the customer's point of view to see how we plug into your pain points. We don't want to stress you. We take the stress off you. So we get the information from you. We collect that information, analyze it, before we then send it to the insurer. So by the time it's getting to the insurer, there won't be a lot of back and forth of saying, oh, we need this from you, we need this information from you. We've sorted that out for you to make it a very seamless process. So I hope I'm able to answer your question with that.
Okay, and
yes,
Mash, please.
and just to add, I mean, she said it all. Everything that has been said is happening now. You can go on the Leadway website and buy a vehicle in 2 minutes. Buy your insurance for your vehicle in 2 minutes. And all of that is happening as at today. Even on social media. I mean, just a few days ago, we had a sale via social media. And it was quite a handsome amount. I mean, I was even surprised when I saw the digital marketing report for the week. I said, what's going on here? So I think it's more about the way we communicate and let people know, you know, that these things are happening right now, even on all of our platforms. And yes, it's just the way we communicate it, and we need to do more. So I encourage everyone to check out, you know, our website and our social media handles, not just limited to Leadway, but across all other insurance companies, because a lot is going on, and we're doing a lot more, just as my colleague here has said at Paddy.
Thanks, Mash. Very, very on point. And maybe just to add to it that, you know, across the industry too, what we also see is that Nigerians like to speak to people. You know, I have customers who ask me that I want to buy travel insurance. You can actually buy it in like 2 minutes on the website. So I ask them that, do you want to buy it yourself or do you want someone to help you? Some people who are tech ready and adaptive, they'll just say, yes, I can buy it now. And I'll send them a link and they will tell me in 5 minutes that I've received my certificate. Yeah. But I have customers who have data, who are very educated. They'll say, please get me someone to do it for me. So this is where we need to also have a support force. So in a company like ours and many, we also have, you know, the distribution force. Some of the research companies, you know, McKinsey, for example, they say that it's going to be called bionic insurance, which is basically enabling your salespeople with digital tools. In AXA, we call it phygital, meaning that our digital enhances the physical. So you see us growing an agency force, but they're being digitally enabled and empowered so that they can help people who don't want to do it themselves, and they can do it for them. So there are things that are happening, but you know, there's still some cultural things. Maybe by the time the generation, is it connected C, or whichever one is called, all the different alphas and co, when they get older, they will probably do more things online than those who don't trust someone. A friend's mom said, please, which bank is digital bank? When I'm upset, where will I go and complain? If I want to go and see their MD and make noise, what is the office address? You know, this is the sort of environment we're in. That's why I said Nigerian factor a little bit earlier. So we'll take I think, is that the last question? We seem to be fine. Yeah. Oh, 2. We'll just take those 2, and I'll give a chance for all my wonderful panelists to just, give us some parting shots as well. So, yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So, my name is Kelvin Batunde. So, I'm from Gold's Micro Insurance. So, I have 2 questions, actually. And the first one is directed to Mesh. Okay. And earlier, you make mention of customizing your solutions to customers. So my question is, how do you strike a balance between customization and standardization to efficiently scale your product across different areas? And also, at the point of that, do you factor in those below the pyramid? Like, how do you reach those below the pyramid? Because those below the pyramid carry the majority of vast numbers, which they are unbanked and also untapped. So my second question is related to Paddy Cover. Could you discuss your strategies for building and maintaining strategic partnership or distribution channels that facilitates your launch and growth of your products?
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take the second question. I just want to warn you ahead that people will not disclose their business model fully to you, but we'll encourage them to give you a high-level view of what it will be. We'll take you next, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rashidat. Yes. Once again, my name is Ben Mamedu. I work in Consolidated Hallmark Insurance. I just want to quickly make a comment. I think I heard you, in the course of the discussion, say most insurance companies do not pay dividends. I heard you say that. I want to quickly say, I want to quickly dissociate Consolidated Hallmark from some other insurance companies, or most, as you said, that do not pay dividends. We were listed on the trading floor of the NSC, now NGX, in 2008. That's almost 20 years. And over the years, Consolidated Hallmark Insurance, with the ticker code CHI PLC, has consistently paid dividends. In fact, we pay both interim and final dividends. So I just want to quickly correct that impression or dissociate our company from that, while also letting this audience know, because part of the reasons me and my colleagues came here is to seek ways of getting solutions to the fact that we've spent a lot of money deploying technology platforms and the adoption rate still remains abysmally low. So in the course of this discussion, we've learned a lot, and I can say it's value for money for our presence here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben. And there was no intentional pun against any insurance company. I'm also, I lead an insurance company that is listed on the floor of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. It has been listed since 2009. And we've always paid dividend as well. But maybe just to correct that point, it wasn't that insurance companies don't pay dividend, but there are actually reports and analysis that looks at the valuation of insurance companies in the country. And when we look at it over a period of time, it's not me, I think there are facts and data, whether from Augusto and Co reports and others, that the sort of return from the insurance industry from listed companies hasn't been exciting enough for many shareholders, with an inability for many to even pay, if they pay at all, tangible amounts that encourages more investments within, the listed entity space. And it doesn't take away from the fact that there are strong players that play. You've mentioned your company. We can go and check the facts and data. I think that everybody here has a device, so they will log on there. We didn't mention your company name, so some people were not sure what the question was, but I'll just take your points around just the solutions, and I'll talk to that once I can get, the first question answered. So Kelvin asked the question of MASH. I'll get MASH to answer that. And then, he also wanted a comment from Paddy Cover. And then perhaps, Nkiriko can give us a bit of spice inside. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kelvin. So one of the things that is exciting about product development is the extent of research that goes into the entire process. Stakeholders are consulted. We look at the target market. We look at the end user. We look at the distribution channel that we're going to be, selling these products via. And all of that is put into cognizance in determining the price, and the interesting part, particularly speaking to the below the, is it
lower
below
end of the pyramid?
Yes, the lower end of the pyramid, is that one of the strategies that we insist on deploying, the premiums have to be, pocket friendly to suit that market, and the distribution channel must be, tested to drive the volumes, so that by the time you're doing the simulations and you're crunching the numbers, it makes economic sense. So those are the things that we do to ensure that the product doesn't just go out and return without value. So that's what we do. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you want to take the Paddy Cover side?
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
No, I'm happy
to
thank you. Sort of like, I think the real focus, around Paddy Cover is really about your strategies for your distribution partners and, how are you managing that. So I've sort of helped you to mention that you will not talk about your core unique selling point. You will just tell us, high level. Yeah. I mean, you can't do this alone. You told us before. So how are you working with them? How do you find them? And
for a strategic partnership, okay, so we're really big on, tech-enabled solutions, right? Very key for us is whichever partner is coming on board has to have a great understanding of what it means to develop and drive products using leveraging technology. It's one thing to say you understand technology. It's another thing to understand how to develop a technology product that is driven solely through digital platforms. So that is really key for us. API availability, all those things, very important. Understanding of the industry. So Masha spoke about something that is very important. It's important to understand the industry we are in, which is the insurance segment, and the product, and also the needs of the customer. So the needs of the customers makes us decide which partner works best for us, and then we use that to determine overall strategic partnership that we move on. I hope that helps.
Okay, you can go and see her behind the scenes. If you cut a distribution partnership, Odeon has, call.
Feel free to send me a message on LinkedIn. Yes. I would respond to you.
And collect a card just before you leave as well. I need to remind all of us, working in Nigeria is not the easiest place, right? Because there are many fundamental things that are missing. So it means that, in fact, Nigerians were the most resilient people. Anyone running a corporate organization, running an SME, you're all superstars. And why? If you go to the US or Europe or even some African countries, the infrastructures are already there. When you want to run a solution in Nigeria, you have to build the infrastructure. The infrastructure you build is relying on people. I'll give you a very clear example. We built an infrastructure that is really fantastic for one of our solutions. You can, contribute money in minutes. In fact, in seconds, you get a notification. You can liquidate your investment. You get it within 3 minutes. But we used to tell the customers 30 minutes. So they used to be amazed. And then when the cash crunch happened and the banks had problem, you have to use a banking structure. You are not allowed to use your own structure. So it means I'm layering on someone. Then the bank itself has to deal with regulatory issues. Then come back to the power issues. So when the cash crunch happened and there was so much online transactions and the bank systems were failing, right? Because they didn't allow many of them to use cloud solutions because of some of the data protection laws. It meant that our solution was failing. The customer doesn't care who is the person that is supporting you. They're just looking at, did I get it or not? And when they don't get it, they'll say, this company did not serve me. So you need to be open and ready. In fact, we thought, we had 2 companies who could do it for us. We now got to a point that we had to open up to, say, 5 companies and then look at the risk management. How do you manage it? Does it make sense? So when you are here and all of these people you are seeing here today, to actually, create solutions to launch it, you need to adapt. You need to be open. You need to learn and be humble. And I think when you think about partnering with people, what I hear already is that, you can't go it alone. These tech companies said that they are not here to disrupt. They're here to enable, empower, and create value. So if you are an insurer here and you want to speak to, InsurTechs, this is definitely the sort of space because the energy here is, booming and they want to help you enhance value. On the side of the insurers as well, I think there are always concerns. What about my data? How do I protect myself? Someone talked about risk management. I'm investing time and money because there's no guarantee it's going to work. Sometimes, the tech companies, they're coming with just, 2 slides for you. And, you now ask them like 16 questions that your risk management will ask. They cannot answer it. So you need to go and prep your risk management teams ahead. You need to tell your management that we need a new model to work with InsurTechs or tech-enabled companies. I think this is how we can be successful. You probably would fail a bit of time. Please don't tell your board, let's fail fast, fail forward. In insurance company, they will sack you. It does not work. Don't use those terminologies. Just tell them that, let's experiment and do research and development. This is R&D. And let's give us a budget for it so that they don't look at it as revenue on day one. And, there's one story we would like to say. We say, even if we don't make money, we're going to get data. So that's another language you should use if you're an insurer. You say, the data will be, we'll leverage it. We would, cross-sell to these customers. I'm giving you free advice, already as somebody who approves transactions. If you don't say those things and you tell me fail fast, fail forward, I'll say, yeah, noted. Appraisal time. He has not made money. He has been failing fast. This is how, because people that are leading companies, they have issues. They need to deal with shareholders. They need, Nigeria, capital that we have is short term. And if you don't think about this, I think we're all going to be fooling ourselves. So I'll take parting shots from all of them, maybe last words. I think I'll start the other way now. From the insurer in the room like me. What are your parting shots in 1 minute to everyone?
So I just want to layer on what you've said. We are cautious and at the same time we are excited. I look forward to a lot more engagements and partnerships. I look forward to blockchain type partnerships. Gotcha. I mean, there's a lot that's going on in the agri space that we can use blockchain to leverage and scale. I look forward to peer-to-peer insurance type partnerships. I look forward to automated underwriting type. So I'm talking to InsurTechs in the room, please.
If you have solutions in this space,
if you have solutions,
Uma is already telling you, call for proposal.
Please come. We're happy to engage. Okay. It's been an exciting journey so far, and we look forward to all of, just continuing to revolutionize insurance. And I'm sure this narrative will change very soon. I'm quite confident because with what we're seeing and the kind of partnerships that is evolving, I'm pretty positive for the insurance industry.
Thank you very
for
much.
your time.
Nkiruka, Ayo, Joy.
Joy. That's
Some people don't actually know how to pronounce your company name well.
Ayo. Ayo.
Is it like game?
Ayo. So across all the countries where we're present, Ayo typically has a root connotation for happiness, joy, contentment. Uganda, Ghana, wherever we find ourselves, there's that root word, and that's what we represent. But parting words from me, really, I will re-echo the words of a very young lady that I find inspiring all the time, Malala. And she says, when the world is silent, one voice becomes very powerful. And I'd like us to take that back to how we design what we do. Let us start to focus on that one customer. This is not Sterling Bank, for example. Let us go back to redesigning our products with the customers in mind, redesigning what marketing should look like with that one customer in mind, redesigning what policy administration should look like with one customer in mind, and also redesigning what the entire claims experience would look like for the one customer in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fast claims. Odion, take note. Plenty questions for fast claims. And as he closes transactions here, I can help you sign his reward for this program. You have to pay extra for this.
Thank you so much. So I think sitting down here, I wear two hats. I've been in the insurance industry for over 25 years, and I'm now in the tech space. So I can understand sitting on one side as an insurance person. The insurtech is still new to them. So I will advise my fellow underwriters, see the insurtech people like how you can deal with a broker, a loss adjuster, an agent. If you see them that way, you begin to see them like enablers, people that will help us deepen the market penetration in this insurance industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I will say that you say you want them to be partners, because some people, they see broker in a different way. Their brokers are powerful. They will collect the business from them. So that's not what it means. If you have that view of brokers, sorry that, thanks. Vero?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any inspiring words like, the other great panelists here. But if you're still struggling with digitizing your process as an insurer, that's why we exist. We'll be glad to touch base. I see a lot of great insurers who are already setting the pace, like some of our partners already. AXA, Leadway, if I can mention. I see another of our partners, Royal Exchange. Don't be left out. Where if you're not working with Octamile today, maybe you should question your digital strategy.
Take notes. Thank you, Bero. Paddy for life. Paddy cover.
This is just me saying to everybody here that we need each other to grow this industry. We can, InsurTech, NICOM, the regulators, and the underwriters, brokers alike. So my simple request to you is let's collaborate, reach out, and we're ready to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because I have the mic, I'll say more than one parting shot. And I'm looking at, the MC. And the first one comes from, Uma asked me a question today when I came in that, how are you going to change the industry? I said, how are we going to change the industry? And, to people in the industry today, your industry is no longer just about insurers, underwriters, technical people. Our industry is about everyone along the value chain. The value chain starts from the customer all the way to, how he perceives us, what he understands, how he, accesses our solutions and our policy. After we have sold to him, what happens? Whether he has a claim or not, we ask that question. What do we give back? Because we're so intangible. And do we wait for the next renewal period before we go back to meet the customer? These are major things. We keep complaining about it. We say the regulator is a problem. And think on my own side, and what I would like to see more from everyone is that the insurers already have been talking about these things for long. Let's stop talking. Talk is cheap, let's take action. Because if I don't say this, I think some people will be shocked because I like to look for trouble and shake some tables sometimes. So that's very important. From my side as an insurer, the point is that digital is amazing, exciting, but it comes with a lot of complexity, learning. So if you want to play in this area, please, don't think that you delegate this to people to just do everything for you. You need to be familiar. You don't need to know the technical language, blockchain, peer-to-peer. Those ones, they are, high level. I think we need to go back to, you need to understand how does this help your company and ask the right questions. People got into trouble before because they sold policies that they did not understand what it covered. So we need to be able to understand what does this mean? Do we do it faster? Do we do it easier? Do we do it cheaper? And if we don't address this, so we have done some work on the tech side. We've been on the journey for, I would say, about maybe almost 7 years as an organization. And the contribution of digital has grown from literally 0.00 all the way to, I would say at the end of last year, 2022, maybe about 2.25% of our gross revenue Gross revenue was not a lot last year because some people here did more than us. We did about 69 billion. So you can, about 69 billion. So you can do the calculation, right, of what that means. And what I would say to you is that the trajectory, like somebody told me, the ratios are high, but it is not easy. You need to keep thinking differently. You need to keep adjusting, and you will have problems along the way. So please note that. And lastly, for all the insurtechs, there is always a concern. What is my IP, my intellectual property? How will I be protected? What would I need to think about? Which company will try and cheat me and collect my idea and go and implement it? Which one will do it? So you need to do your research. You need to think about it differently. But the insurance industry is huge. I already told you that there are opportunities in engagement, retention, distribution, claims. We've heard everything here today. So thank you very much. It's definitely been a great pleasure to be here with you. Thank you. Thank you, every one of you. And thanks, everyone, for listening to us today. Thanks.
Round of applause again for our panelists. That was a very engaging session. Thank you guys. Great stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you look up at the screen, you will see this is what is coming up tomorrow. So you definitely do not want to miss day 2 of the Insurance Meets Tech 2.0. So there's going to be a lot of interesting discussions that are going to be taking place tomorrow. Even I think some awards, right? You guys are giving out some awards. Microsoft, ETAP, there's a bunch of other big companies that will be part of the proceedings tomorrow. All right, to wrap this up and to give some closing remarks, we're going to invite. Okay, he's shaking hands right now because he's very popular. We're going to invite Ugodre Obichukwu, founder, chief analyst at Nairametrics, which is, of course, one of the media partners for this event. And as I said, he's incredibly popular, so they're not even letting him leave the table. He's still shaking hands and saying hi. Ugo, are you going to give your closing remarks in just a moment? Yes, a round of applause, please, for Ugodre. Okay, he's taking pictures. He's going to take some pictures right now. It's been a great event. It's been fantastic being part of this event. Learned a lot, lots of great discussions, and they continue tomorrow, so you definitely want to be here. All right, round of applause for Ugodre Obichukwu, founder, chief analyst, Nairametrics, great company. You say whatever you want.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, I was told to give a closing remark, so the first thing I asked myself was whether this podium is insured. Yeah, because there was one event I went for last year, and I think I sat down in a funny way and I fell. So, please, audio. Cassava what? Insured. Okay. All right, Cassava guys, I hope I'm insured. Okay, so I think just quickly, I was listening to the panel session, and there was a lot to unpack from, from their amazing wisdom. One thing is clear: for any economy to progress, or to, especially emerging market economy, to move towards developed economy, you can't do it without insurance. So whether it's the US or UK or Canada, or even here in South Africa, you do need insurance. Most of the largest companies in the world are actually insurance companies, because their business model requires that they pool funds from everyone and then invest those funds. In fact, I remember in my early days of personal finance, one of the things that I took away from Warren Buffett was his love for insurance companies. And he said it clearly that insurance was one of the sweetest businesses you can ever think about, because then all you do is you just pool people's money. They don't ask you for interest at all, at zero interest, and then you invest that money at zero interest. And then all you just have to do is just provide them a cover whenever they run into issues. And so that's why in Nigeria we have to take insurance very seriously. And I think I was listening to someone talk about an insurance company that pays dividend every year. Yes, I did invest in CHI at some point, and it was a good investment for me. But I think we also need more. We need to see a lot more from insurance companies when it comes to capital market activities. At Nairametrics, we coined FUGAs, and we also coined SUS. So FUGAs is like the 5 top big banks, and sometimes we try to do something similar for insurance, but it's difficult because their market capitalization is just so small. So we do hope that with conferences like this and with the aid of technology, insurance adoption in Nigeria will increase, because as much as we all want economic development in Nigeria, we can't do it without insurance. So thank you all for being here. I think this is the first of 2-day session. And I also want to thank Modion and all the guys who put this together. This is a very important session. I hope that we all go back home safe and sound, and then see you guys here tomorrow as well. Thank you all so much, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much, Ugo Dre. All right, that brings us to the end of day 1, but please eat and be merry. I was told to inform you also, please do not lose this tag, the tags that you were given today, because they will not be a duplicate for tomorrow and they won't let you in. So if you're coming in tomorrow, please hold on to your tags. Please network, enjoy your food, and we'll see you tomorrow. It's going to be a great day at the Insurance Meets Tech 2.0. So great stuff. Thank you all.